Is it open? Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Can we get settled? We are about to start with the program of the day. My name is Boiki Mampuru, the Provincial Chief Inspector of Mpumalanga. I will be the program director for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, it is always said, time is money. And we have invited the external stakeholders, in particular employers, who subscribe to the notion of saying the business of business is business. Yeah. So today we are going to be following the program to the latter. I will not be wasting any time. So can I request the ushers who are outside to ensure that all delegates are in this conference. There are some few announcements that I would like to make before we start with the program. There are certificates of attendance which we will be issuing today. Please, for those who have completed the attendance register correctly, make sure that you meet the colleague. Warren is sitting at the back on my right-hand side. The certificate of attendance certificate that we'll be issuing today is the first one is going to be the South African Institute for Occupational Hygiene. The second one is South African Institute of Occupational Health and Safety. And the last certificate that we'll be issuing as Department of Employment and Labor will be Economics Society of South Africa certificate. So the requirement is simple. You must take the picture of the attendance register, and you then go to Warren to ensure that you are giving the certificate to a right person. The certificates are ready. You can do that during the process of this conference. The second announcement is that for today, we'll request that you put all your phones on silence or on vibration. If you can't put, or you can't be able to put your cell phone on vibration or silence, please, you can remove the battery. Without any further ado, I will be calling the first speaker on the program is going to be Advocate Fix Bede, popularly known as Advocate Fix. Just to give you a brief history about her. She was born in Eastern Cape in the place called Ituchwa. She holds a degree, LLB, from University of Transkei, now known as Walter Sisulu University. Further than that, she has also completed a short studies with University of Cape Town in advanced legislative drafting and understanding of contracts and legal writing. She was admitted as an attorney in the year 2005. Further than that, she was also admitted advocate of High Court of South Africa. Currently, she's the Chief Director, Statutory Services in the branch Inspection Enforcement, responsible for development of enforcement strategies of employment law. She has attended several ILO conferences and is an expert member of ILO responsible for application of International Labour Organization standards and conventions. This year, she was nominated to be a spokesperson for African Union for Just Transition. She was also appointed a special advisor to the Minister of Employment and Labor in the year 2009 to 2014. She also has ensured that in the last financial year, Inspection Enforcement Services branch obtained a clean audit. Without any further ado, I will then call Advocate Fix Ngangabete to ascend the stage. Can you give a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen?
Good morning. Sanbonan. Good morning, DDG, the Chief Inspector, the CDPO, KZN, Senior Management of the branch, and all protocols observed. Yeah. I've got 2 presentations, but I'll make sure that I compress them within the time. My first presentation is on exactly what I'm doing in the office almost every day. I'll be talking about the enforcement, which is the 3rd pillar of IES, which is its aim is to ensure that there's impact on the inspections that are conducted. So I'll be talking to 3 areas. I'll cover the constitutional mandate, which gives effect to the occupational health and safety. I'll also talk about the ILO conventions. And then the last part will be the expectation of the courts when we are referring the cases for prosecution. So it means I'll also talk about the NPA and the magistrate court. We ratified as South Africa during 2003 the ILO Convention on Occupational Safety and Health Convention 1981, which is number 155. So as a member state, immediately we ratify a convention. I'm sure you've got the information already, but we are expected to have those provisions that in that convention embedded in our legislation. So in terms of the Bill of Rights, we've got section 24 that talks about the environment. It says everyone has the right to an environment that is not harmful to their health or well-being. So the section 32 empowers any person who believes an infringement has occurred the right to approach a competent court, alleging that a right in the Bill of Rights has been infringed or threatened, and the court may grant an appropriate relief, including a declaration of rights. Now, we all know that whenever we talk about a right, we must also talk about a responsibility. So we have employees and employers. So the employer has an obligation to make sure that the environment is safe, but the employee must make sure that he takes or she takes precautionary measures to ensure that whatever that the employer has put in place, it is complied with. Now, when I said talking about now the obligation of the employer, if you go to section 8 of the Occupational Health and Safety, they talk about general duties of an employer to their employees. And it's exactly what I was talking about, that they must maintain or provide and maintain, as far as it's reasonable possible, a working environment that is safe and without risk to the health of his employees. Now, the CEO here becomes the person that is deemed as an employer in this case, and they must make sure that when the matter is referred to court of law for non-compliance with occupational health and safety, the CEO is the one who is cited as the person representing the employer. So you know that in your workplace, you'll find that there is a person who's assigned to take responsibility, but it doesn't take away the fact that the CEO is the owner of the workplace, meaning that he's the one who must take responsibility when the matter goes to court. Now we've got inspectors that are appointed to ensure that they enforce the occupational health and safety, and those functions are in terms of section 29 of the occupational health and safety. Now there are cases where we struggle, or the inspectors will struggle when they need to conduct an inspection, that some employers deny them to enter their premises. And some of them refuse permission to conduct interviews and refuse to examine any book, especially now that there's a POPI Act, in which the second presentation is going to cover it. Now, when you are talking about the POPI Act and you are talking about inspectors, you must always remember that there is a POPI Act, but the inspectors have a right to get the information for the execution of their duties, but the second presentation will cover that. Section 38 that talks about offenses, penalties, and special orders. It says any person contravening or failing to comply with the provision of this act, as well as willful furnishing the inspector with the information which is false or misleading, is guilty of an offense. Now, once you say somebody is guilty of an offense, it means you must take this person through the Criminal Procedure Act. Now, the magistrate court in this case has jurisdiction to hear those cases, and a magistrate court shall have the jurisdiction to impose a penalty or make any other order provided in this act. No magistrate court shall be competent to pronounce upon the validity of any regulation made under this act. And in terms of, if you go to PSA on behalf of their members versus the Minister of Health, it was, in the second case, you can link the two cases. The Department of Labor versus Wincall case. I like this case because it talks about the steps that are rendered to qualify evidence that must be presented in court. So what I want to say in this slide is to remind you, colleagues, that whenever you are conducting an inspection, have in mind a prosecutor, be a prosecutor of that case. At the same time, be a magistrate that is going to hear that case. Same applies to the employers. If you are saying you are complying, the onus is on you to prove that you are complying, because the law says the one who alleges must prove. So if you are saying I'm compliant, prove with the information that you're going to furnish with the inspector, because if you do not furnish the inspector with the information, the inspector will have reasonable grounds to believe that you do not comply, and therefore will take you to the court. Now it says the pre-litigation steps render the quality of the evidence required to discharge the onus more reliable. So it means whenever you are conducting an inspection, you must know that you are collecting evidence. Evidence that you will use yourself to present yourself in court when it comes to non-compliance at the end. Now, in terms of offenses and penalties imposed, we said they are criminal in nature, and upon expiring of the notice that you issued, you must produce a competent file. Now, competent file refers to what I referred to you as evidence in ensuring that you support your cause at the end. Now, a competent inspection file, you know what is in the SOP. You must make sure that you follow exactly what is in the SOP. Because these days, we've got a lot of prior requests from employers requesting the SOP, because they want to make sure that you have followed your own SOP before they even go to the facts that they have failed to comply. Now, power to institute and conduct criminal proceedings. This power is contemplated in Section 179(2) and all other relevant sections of the Constitution. One, to institute and conduct criminal proceedings on behalf of the state, so the state is not exonerated from being prosecuted by the department. Carry out any necessary instruction incidental to instituting and conducting such criminal proceedings, and then discontinue criminal proceeding vests in the prosecuting authority and shall for all purposes be exercised on behalf of the Republic. So it means now once we are done with the inspection, the case now becomes the state case. So it means you need to convince the prosecutor who's going to handle the case that you have a winnable case so that they don't waste resources of the state. And then they will require any other relevant information. So we normally get these complaints from the inspectors that whenever we are requesting information, employers would say, but why do we need this one? I've never had another inspector requesting this information. As long as that information is going to make sure that this person prepares his case to declare whether you are complying or not complying. So don't be scared to give out the information to the inspectors, because that information will only be used in terms of the POPI Act for the intended purpose and nothing else. The NPA may decline to prosecute, and most of the time, the reason why they decline to prosecute is based on the evidence that is provided to them that is not satisfactory for a case to be to succeed. Now, in closing, you will never understand. I want to quote this: "You will never understand bureaucracies until you understand that for bureaucrats, procedure is everything, and outcomes are nothing." It's by Thomas. And in a court of law, what I want to emphasize that in a court of law, you will always hear lawyers raising points in limine, which is technicalities other than facing or raising the facts. Now, there's a case where a person got electrocuted while he was doing his work. And this guy was paid by the compensation fund because the company was registered. But at the end, when the person was supposed to come back to work, the person was dismissed by the employer for failure to follow the standard operating procedure. Because the employer says to this person, if you have done A, B, C, D before you started your work, you wouldn't have been in this position. And our company now was also subjected to a process of investigation and all of, because you have failed to follow the standard operating procedure. That's how important the standard operating procedure is, not for the inspectors only, but for you as well as the employees. And I believe that you are working for a certain company or you are employed. So it's important that you follow the procedure. So this guy decided to take this matter on review. He took the matter to the CCMA for an unfair dismissal. And the arbitrator confirmed that your act resulted in your dismissal is very serious in nature because somebody could have died. So the fact that if we allow you to come back to work, it means we are also saying no other employees must not see the seriousness of your conduct of failing to follow the procedure. So I'm gonna call the Deputy Director, Advocacy and Stakeholder Relations, Ms. Nomaswazi Gweliza, to come on stage and just give a presentation on the POPI Act. And I would like to thank you.
Good morning to the IG, PCIs, chief directors, all colleagues and our guests. I greet you this morning. As Advocate Bete has said, my name is Nomaswazi Gweliza. I am the Deputy Director of Advocacy and Stakeholder in the Head Office Pretoria. I will be presenting, assisting the advocate, the POPI Act, Protection of Personal Information Act. Not to waste time, we will get into it. This is basically the outline, the contents of what I will be discussing today. As we all know that the POPI Act has been in the pipeline for some time now. I think it's been since 2013 that it was assented, but it was promulgated in the year 2020 in July, and that's when it started having its effect in our South African law. Basically, the purpose of the Act is to reintroduce and to stiffen the laws of personal information that people would have and would be exposed to the public This act is founded by the Constitution and also works in line with other acts like the PIA Acts and many other acts that work in correlation with this act. Basically, the act protects the information of a person, and this is right round from your race, gender, pregnancy, marital status, education, medical, financial history, criminal, employment. The list is endless, but the main effect of it is to ensure that your personal information that may be at a potential of being exposed to the public is protected to a certain degree. Now, there are certain definitions that the Act has introduced us to. For instance, the data subject. We also have the responsible party. These are the main terms that one would come across whenever the POPI Act is discussed. A data subject is basically a natural or juristic person to whom information relates. A natural person is all of us, and for the benefit of many of us, a juristic person is basically a company. The Act or the law does allow a company to a certain extent to have a personality or a personal kind of identity which somewhat relates to the natural person due to its exercise and the performance that it would do in its operation as a business. And then we have a responsible party, which is the public, individual, or a private body that determines the purpose and means of the processing of this personal information. In our space of work, basically the responsible party would be the Department of Labor. But considering that as inspectors, we would go out and source information, get information from data subjects, then we are the responsible parties, or we act on behalf of the responsible parties. Hence, the presentation of POPI Act. As I stated earlier, that POPI Act is not a standalone act. It also works with other acts, more especially the PIA Act, which is the Promotion of Access to Information Act. Also further stated that it works mostly, or it works hand in line with the natural and the juristic persons, or it is for the benefit of the natural and the juristic person. So a data subject can be a person retrieving information, and it can also be a juristic person receiving information, either automated or non-automated. Now, this is another interesting part of the protection of the information. As stated earlier, that it just goes across the board, whether you are male, female, any information that pertains to you is protected. But not only just what pertains to you, also the information that you give. So be it its personal information, views or opinions that an individual can give about another person, such information is protected. Correspondence sent to a person which involves some private information in it, that also is protected. Now, there are certain steps that must be complied with in order for us to confirm that we are data compliant. Further, just to add, we also have an information regulator, which is also supported by the Act. The information regulator is somewhat like a board that gives the guide on how a POPI Act should be enacted in our spaces as we work, or how it should be performed. And they have a manual. There is a manual which is a guide that would normally be handed over to assist in the applications of how a POPI Act should work and how POPI Act should protect the data subject and how POPI Act should also work in favor of the responsible party that is getting the information. And one of the steps that we must be aware of in terms of us being POPI compliant is to create awareness. By creating awareness, we ensure that all employees are aware of the POPI regulations and the POPI Act itself. We must also be very cautious in how the information is collected and the assessment thereof. What it also looks at is the policies that must be reviewed and policies that must be in place in order to have some sort of control internally before the work is done in the external. Department compliance is also very important in the verification part of it, and then the implementation and training. It is also a requirement, one that is also important, that we are aware and we are cautious of how information is retrieved and how information should be kept and processed in our work of duty. Okay, as stated that we have a regulatory board. This board has basically taken information from the Act, and it has broken down this manual, or made the manual easy for us to work and place the information or work in line with the information that we are supposed to be using or retrieving as people that will be working with the POPI Act. So these are all the sections that are covered in the manual, in how, for instance, compliance should be done, what does accountability mean, the processing of limitation, data processing, the purpose of specifications, and further processing, etc. So basically all this information is encaptured in this manual that assists us in getting the relevant information in how to apply the POPI Act. Okay, now there are instances where this act does not allow for personal information to be processed, and this is where information is acquired not in a work type of space, but it is acquired in a personal or household space or in personal or household activities, where processing of the authority is a public body involved in a national security, defense, public safety, anti-money or laundering, or where the cabinet or executive council of the province or as part of a judicial function. Now, the responsibilities of government in ensuring that the POPI Act is enacted accordingly. Okay, the government must conduct itself in a responsible manner when collecting and processing the storing and sharing of information. Hence, the trainings that we are to get, so that when we go out to represent the government, the department and itself, we do it in accordance with the ambits of the law. Service level agreements is also something that must have the explicit clauses which prohibits further processing of personal data. It is also important to note we have had quite a number of cases, especially considering that it's an act that was just recently promulgated, but we do have cases that have gone to court challenging the POPI Act, and it has been concluded in one case where a Black Sash Trust was against the Minister of Social Development, and it was entrenched in the case law that the data subject has the right to its information irrespective of the circumstances. They are the ones that have the right to give consent or to control as and how they please or wish the information to be given. So in as much as us as government employees can collect the data, it is our responsibility to also preserve the data in accordance with the Act, but we cannot do anything about the data unless we get consent from the data subject. As stated, the data subject has the right, they can correct, they can destroy, they have the right to also request that the information be deleted. They have the right to withdraw the consent should they have given their consent. I think it's what we also experience with the constant calls that we get from insurance companies. You would constantly hear them say, the call is recorded, do you consent to this and that and that? If yes, reply by yes or no, because they need your explicit consent to this personal information in the event you decide that such information is not appropriately used. The data subject also has a right to complain and even take the matter to the civil court should they feel that there was interference in the information that was given to them. Now, non-compliance of the POPI Act, it was quite interesting when I went through it, because I would think It would be a civil matter, maybe you get a fine and that's it. But I realized that non-compliance of the POPI Act has so much weight that it actually is a criminal offense. Should you fail to adhere to the Information Regulator's Manual or directions, you can be fined a fine which is up to, or which is equivalent to an imprisonment of 12 months. Now, depending on the offense and the severity of the matter, it can actually go up to 10 million rand or imprisonment of 10 years. That's how serious it is. And insofar as paying compensation to the data subject, that would be pertaining to them raising a dispute, as I said, taking it to the civil court. But I found it quite interesting that protection of data is placed with so much weight that you can actually go to prison for 10 years. It was quite interesting to learn. Now, the disposal of the information. In some, normally the person that would be responsible for such information in a department, in a business, would be the accounting officer. However, the manual does allow for a committee to be created within the department or whatever workspace one may be in. And in some instances, this committee would have an attorney in it, it would have records in it, or a record personnel in it, and any other relevant parties that would be fit to be in this committee. And such disposal is of essence when we have a committee with all the minds that work with information, because it talks to the preservation of the information, how long the information can be preserved, and so on and so forth. So I felt that, or I saw that the manual is quite of an assistance, especially when it comes to such information, because we do not want to find ourselves disposing of information that is not supposed to be disposed of, or maybe find ourselves keeping information that should have been disposed of. And also, I think it is sensitive to a point where one would know which information to dispose of and which information can be kept for whatever purposes that the department or the company would feel necessary to do so. As any other right, this right is also not absolute. It may be limited by any law of general application, as long as it's reasonable and justifiable in an open democratic society based on human rights, equality, and freedom. As stated, there is a relationship between POPIA or POPI and PIA Act. Basically, the sole reason for this is that, as we all know, it's not just about us collecting the information, bringing it for the use of the work that we do, but we also get instances where information will be requested from the external to us. The committee that I mentioned that is also advised in the manual, it plays a vital role here, because that's where the committee would sit and assess what information can be given, how critical is it, and how far can we go, also to protect ourselves as a company or as the department. Now, this also speaks in as much as it's in the Act, but it's also in the manual, where a complaint is raised. If, for instance, the data subject is not happy with how the information is handled, a complaint can be laid with the information regulator. Information regulator will sit with the enforcement committee, assess the matter, and recommend accordingly. But as we all know, if maybe they are not happy with the decision or the enforcement notice that would have been issued, they can always take it up to court, and the matter will be decided accordingly by the court of law. Thank you very much. That is all I had for you today.
Thank you very much, Advocate Bede and Nomaswazi. What became or apparent clear today is that if you don't comply with these 2 acts or 3 acts, mentioning OHS and POPI Act, you'll be a criminal. So employers, I was thinking, IG, that I want to open a company. But because I've got the tendency of not complying, I don't want to see myself being a criminal. So thank you very much. Colleagues, can you give the two presenters a round of applause? Ladies and gentlemen, delegates, we are now on item 3. In terms of the program, there will be a presenter doing maintenance of lifts, escalators, and the impact of load shedding. It's going to be done by Mr. Henny Hudson, an approved inspection authority for lifts and the chairperson for LISA. If you don't follow the acronym, I should think you will explain what LISA is. It sounds like a name of a beautiful lady. Now, Mr. Henny Hudson is the chairperson of LIASA, which means Lift Association of South Africa, owner of Protitect Lift Consultants. You've got 30 years experience working in the lift industry, 9 years experience service of modernization director for multinational lift company, 7 years experience as a professional consultant. He is a member of various committees. Among others, he is a committee member of Lift Inspectors Association of South Africa, Department of Labor Technical Committee member, SANA's Technical Committee member for lifts, and also representing the lift industry on SANA's 10,400 Technical Committee. Previously represented, is representing at EXA and at LIA, Lift Engineering Association. And lastly, he was a previous speaker at Lift Expo hosted at Sandton in 2019. Without any further ado, I will then call upon Mr. Henny Hudson to ascend the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give him a round of applause as he does?
Good morning all. Thank you for the opportunity to present today. Special thanks, Chief Inspector, colleagues, honorable delegates. As the gentleman said, I'm Henny Hudson. I'm going to do basically a presentation on lifts and escalators. The two focus points for today on this matter will be maintenance of lifts and escalators and the impact of load shedding. Just the content of the presentation is going to be on life cycle of lifts and escalators, the regulation, definitions, service required, service environment, impact of load shedding, managing lift and escalator during load shedding. Some background: escalators, no local manufacturing and historically are imported. Passenger and passenger goods lifts, current market, 90% of the product is imported. Mostly from China, and the majority, obviously, like I said, from China. Assembly in South Africa and installed according to the SAN standards. Hoist, historically, hoist goods access only lifts, been manufactured in South Africa and still the current case. Used the manufacturing installed under the DMR 17, which was the driven machinery regulations. Hoist installed prior to 2015, required to comply to the minimum requirements as set out in the Government Gazette number 40594. hoists installed since 2015 need to comply to the published standards. Users and landlords contract service providers to maintain lifts and escalators. So once the unit is installed, they need to be maintained according to the regulation. Life cycle of a lift and escalator. The norm of the life cycle is plus minus 20 years based on current units applied. You will know there are some buildings that we come across where there are still lifts running from 1930, 1940. So you do get these old units out there that's never been worked on or upgraded or replaced. Following contributing factors, when we talk about life cycle, is the spares availability, because spares are only available for a certain amount of times contractually. Technology is evolving all the time, so we need to make sure that we are up to date. Safety talks for itself, especially when it comes to standards. Usage according to original design. An elevator, when you buy or purchase the elevator or the escalator, you purchase according to a certain duty cycle, and then also according to the environment that you're going to fit or install this lift and escalator. Maintenance according to manufacturer's requirements. So it's not just to say it's maintained, you have to make sure that that elevator or escalator is actually maintained according to what the manufacturer requirements are. Technicians training on current technology. So the lift companies don't go and train on equipment, like I said, if the lift was installed in the 1930s or the 1940s. They go and they actually do training on the basic engineering of the lifts and then on current technology. So that's part of why we say life cycle, because technicians do retire. So technicians that had a know-how of equipment of about 40, 30 years ago, obviously these technicians start going into retirement, and then you sort of the issue of the embedded knowledge in that lift company of that old equipment. Technicians training, So just to talk about the regulation quickly on what it means. I see some of our colleagues are also represented here from the LEEISA, which is the Lifting Machinery Inspectors. And then we are the Lift and Escalators Inspectors. So those are two different associations. So when we talk about the lift, it means any permanent or temporary lifting installation used for the conveyance of persons or for persons and goods, or as an access good only lift, which we know as a hoist, that operates by means of a conveyance or platform running on a fixed guide or guides and serving landings. Okay, so that's just a definition where it's a separation from what the lifting machinery guys do and what lift inspectors do. The user shall designate a competent lift service provider to examine and maintain a lift, escalator or passenger conveyor at least once a month, or at such longer intervals as might be prescribed by manufacturers or such lift, escalator or passenger conveyor. So just to understand that, lifts are maintained on a monthly interval. To go through the process to have that time extended to a 2 or 3 monthly needs to be done by an exemption. Okay, so it's not just accepted that that lift can be maintained at longer intervals. Competent lift service provider means a person that employs a competent lift mechanic and a competent operator, or is a competent lift mechanic who is self-employed and who undertakes to contract with the user of a lift, escalator or passenger conveyor to perform maintenance and examinations and tests in terms of the regulation. So in other words, when you do have a lift or escalator, you have to have the OHS Act referred to an agreement in place, which we know in industry is as a SLA, or service level agreement, that needs to be placed for that lift to operate. So you cannot operate an elevator or escalator if there's not an agreement in place. Agreement, if it's a month or 2 months, it needs to be agreement, because you need to depute the safety to that lift company that's actually going to maintain that unit. We do get a lot of organizations that we've got this problem, where they do not understand this concept, where they will change service providers but not have a SLA in place, an agreement in place. You need to have an agreement or a SLA in place. Competent lift or mechanic qualified technician. A competent lift mechanic means a person that has completed a learnership or apprenticeship in the trade of a lift mechanic. So yes, they do have an actual apprenticeship. You don't just become a lift mechanic. It's an actual apprenticeship that you need to follow through on. Has completed an electrical or mechanical trade qualification and has had at least 1 year post-qualification general practical experience on lifts. Has obtained a minimum of a NQF level 5 electrical or mechanical engineering qualification and has had at least 1 year post-qualification general practical experience on lifts. So those are 4 ways that you have to basically see that in order to become a qualified lift mechanic. What does the regulation require for lift service? Agreement to be in place, which we already mentioned and spoke about. Monthly service minutes, unless otherwise approved via exemption or particular lift and site. So it's not to say that that model of lift, it's according to that lift and on that particular site. Lock and safety circuit to be inspected and each service visit. 6 monthly rope inspections. 12-month interval safety gear system test. 12-month interval for buffer system test. Competent lift service provider to report the user, landlord, the DOL should a lift or escalator operating without a valid comprehensive report. In other words, we refer to in the industry as your Annexure B or your Annexure K or Annexure E. So that lift is not allowed to operate without a valid comprehensive report. And what we also are saying here, according to what the regulator is stating, is that even the lift service provider need to report such elevator to the department should he find that that annexure is not valid. Then the user or landlord need to be reported. The service environment. Unlike a vehicle that is service that is done in a mechanical shop, lift technicians need to travel to various buildings in their own allocated set route. That means that the technician need to travel with the union agreed minimum required tools to ensure that they have means to service, clean, small adjustment, and sometimes also do repairs. Some areas are safe to travel, some areas are not so safe to travel. Most service companies, the service technician also need to attend to their own call-outs. Most repairs, especially on multinationals, are done by subcontractors. What we need to understand, what we're saying is, these guys as an individual go out to go maintain the lift. He's not in a supervised environment. It's entrusted when he goes out that he actually maintain according to what he's required to do. And at the end, the building representative need to sign off on the maintenance that's been done. Service operations. Most service companies now use modular-based maintenance procedures to perform their monthly maintenance. This means that technicians have prescribed instruction of what you need to check, clean and lubricate, small adjustments for the particular month. So it's not that he's going to check the whole elevator or the whole escalator in that particular month. He gets a profile of, listen, for this month, and it usually works for 3 to 4 months, that you over a period will maintain every part on that elevator. This is to ensure some cycles are the areas of the lift escalators attended to. Number of lifts escalator can vary from 80% to 110 plus units per route on a mechanic. So just take that in consideration. So one mechanic each month, he's got 80 to 110 lifts or escalators that he needs to maintain. That's the norm in the industry. That also includes, obviously, if you've got distances between lifts. For example, if you're out here in Durban and you have to go back into Harry Smith, those type of things. So there's also geographic challenges that we have to consider. Most companies use one technician to perform monthly maintenance. Sometimes that need to be kept in mind if some lifts are designed for single-man maintenance and other older lifts are designed for two-man maintenance and will require coordination and to ensure that when two-man operations is required for that particular month, that the assistant or second technician is arranged. This is quite challenging, especially when we do inspections. We find that especially the older lifts, because of single-man maintenance, some items are not checked, especially when it comes to going underneath the lift and operations of doing the safety gear test. So it is a challenge. Lift companies have to operate in accordance with maintenance standards of SANS 53015. We are busy with the Department of Employment and Labour with the implementation. So the requirements that this is going to have is basically for a dedicated call center, processes and policies, service methodology and spares, record keeping, employ qualified people and sufficient resources, maintenance instructions, risk assessments according to service task and safety protocol. This will have to then obviously be enforced by the department, that these companies will have then basically need to be audited if they're actually following these guidelines. Okay, then the big elephant. Impact of load shedding on the lift industry. So Eskom, a reality, and definitely have an impact on the lift industry. There are various types of interruptions, load shedding, load rotation, power failures due to electrical infrastructure failing that cannot handle the power interruptions because of the network was not designed for continuous on-off power, floating neutrals, phase swapping, all contributing direct or indirectly because of current Eskom states. Another one that we do not have in here is the theft of equipment when the power does go off, especially in the buildings. It's a big problem or big issue at the moment. As soon as the power comes are out, because it's now the time and they know exactly when they can work on the cables, they actually remove the cables, expose earth, wires, those type of things get stolen. As soon as the earth, for example, is taken, then there's equipment failure, because the three-phase power supply will come back on, which is not a problem, but then you have a floating neutral, and when that earth is not there, we'll start blowing equipment on the elevator itself. Due to areas that are affected, this directly impacts onto the time the lift service technician to perform his monthly maintenance. So that's very important to understand. The technician needs to service and maintain those units at 80 to 110 units every month. When we start taking 2 hours per day out of that route, and you start calculating the time, because they're not going into overtime. They don't start earlier, working earlier, because their set times is 8 to 4:30. So the question starts coming up, are our elevators and escalators actually properly maintained? Or do we go out and the technician just sign record books? People getting stuck in elevators, trauma, fatal incidents and injuries where people try to rescue themselves, not being able to wait for a technician. Traffic gridlock because of traffic lights out of order and technicians not able to get to the occupied callouts in the time. So especially in the CBDs, if the power is out, the traffic lights are out, gridlocked, that technician in that area, they're trying to scramble everybody to get people out of the lift. It's no longer 1 hour, it becomes 2 hours. Obviously, if the load shedding continues for 2 hours, and if we go to stage 6, we go 4 hours, where people are actually stuck inside an elevator. Vandalism due to frustration, being stuck in an elevator, more so for the duration of being stuck. That speaks for itself, people not happy with being stuck inside an elevator. People on the escalator having to hold onto the escalator handrails when suddenly the escalator comes to a stop, because there's no power, the escalator doesn't have units that actually continue running. It's made to stop as soon as the power goes off. So people losing their balance and falling down the escalator. We've had a couple of these reported cases already. Dark areas, no natural light. So the escalator is also in some buildings used as a staircase. And obviously people, they're not seeing where they're going. Managing maintenance time. Lift companies have to consider planning around load shedding, plan downtime. This, as we see it today, is not happening as yet, because obviously they're not geared up for this. Planning maintenance with neighboring routes where the power is not affected for that set time slots. Challenging, but need to come up with managing solutions to ensure maintenance is done and not neglected. Even that in itself is an issue, because the time slots change every day. We can have a level, we're on level 2, and an hour later on the radio here, now we're back on level 4. So that just changes the whole dynamics. To engage the regulator to consider 3 monthly maintenance visits that allow more time for maintenance and reduce traveling time. So these are just suggestions that we are busy with discussing with the department. Obviously, the lift industry can't just start doing their own thing. We have to work in according to what the regulation allows us. Equipment safety failure due to power issues. Lift emergency brake release, depending on the lift type. A lot of the lifts work on electrical battery backup units. Because of the power failures, these batteries can't recharge in time, or the batteries actually get damaged because they get drained altogether. And unfortunately, the older lifts, more the new lifts, can start detecting it from 2019 upwards, but before that, the lift does not know. So unfortunately, the problem becomes when the lift gets stuck because of a power failure. Technician get on site, he can't get the people out because the system that's actually supposed to work does not work because it was never designed for the amount of power failures or power outages that we've got. People stuck in lift in the dark. Technician not being able to rescue people because of battery for emergency brake release failed. Intercoms and alarms don't work, which means people not able to call for his assistance. We also, a couple of years, started using GSM units, intercoms. These intercoms, even if you've got problem or power in the building, now the network starts failing because the companies that do have the towers, the powers, those batteries and those towers don't last anymore. So the people just can't call for help. Building not paraplegic friendly unless equipped with a generator. So very important to understand also, as soon as the lift goes out, especially in a high-rise building or something like that, immediately we sit with an issue where we cannot get people in and out of that building, especially when it comes to paraplegic requirements. Maintenance impact due to load shedding. Technicians require a lift escalator to have power, electricity, and in a running status in order to perform required maintenance. Like I said earlier on, 80 to 110 units per month. Now he gets to site, there's no power. What does he start doing? He just starts signing a book. He's not doing the maintenance. Less time means that's not all the equipment be maintained, and keep in mind that the amount of units the technician have to attend to maintenance without a specific, in that specific month. Reality of maintenance not being performed as it should due to the ESCOM direct or indirect failure. Lift and escalator equipment failure. Life cycle of the equipment affected. Because remember, the lift was not designed to do those sudden stops and things. Only when it's supposed to happen once in a while. Safety circuits cannot be checked as it should because the technician goes onto site. There's no power to the lift, so how does he actually do a safety check? He can't. Attending to call-outs due to load shedding means even less time to maintain. So that's also got a chain reaction because now he has to run for where there are lifts that are occupied. Occupied means people stuck inside a lift, so that again in its own takes time away from actual maintenance time. Safety of elevators and escalators in general will be compromised, and incidents are already happening directly or indirectly linked to load shedding related problems. Equipment failure due to load shedding may be direct or indirect. Batteries of various devices on the lifts. Emergency devices we spoke about, VRAM, memory, backup and software, especially from the 80s, most of the lifts run on electronics now. So they've got a VRAM, VRAM is on the electronic board. These boards now start to fail. Surges, grid switching and generator switchovers, this cause damage to equipment, variable voltage, variable frequency drives, V3F, costs us 80 to 190,000 per drive when that drive goes. These costs are not covered by the elevator companies, but unfortunately anything now that happens with a lift because of load shedding, the lift companies is quick to say, listen, it's due to load shedding. Lift controller hardware, especially power supplies. In general, this boils down to safety risk and great cost to the user and the service provider. Managing lifts and escalators during load shedding. So, in practice, this is what's happening where the industry has taken some steps to see how they can actually overcome some of these issues. Obviously, everything has got a cost implication. Monitoring load shedding schedules and preventing the lift from operating 10 minutes before and 10 minutes after the power is back on. So some of the customers, they either go and bring the lift down to ground floor, put security there to keep the doors open, or they actually go and once the lift is level, switch the lift off, which is also not good in itself. Or some of them actually takes a fire service key, turn the fire service key or activates a fire service key, bring the lifts down to ground floor, and it will remain there. ARDs, which are automatic rescue device drives, not a legal requirement, but will assist with should the lift get stuck due to load shedding or power interruption in general, to then engage at the level, to level the lift to the nearest floor. You must keep in mind that even though if you got this device, the lift will first get stuck, and then it will do a self-check. So if it was busy traveling, the lift will come to immediate stop. It will do a self-check and then only level into the floor. Frequent checks that emergency devices like alarms, intercoms, ARDs, if installed, is working by simulating power interruptions to ensure batteries are in order. Unfortunately, because of this, now where the technicians already have time taken from them, there's now additional checks they have to do, which is not normal, where they have to actually go and check that these units are operational. We don't want to get the lift stuck and the intercoms and things not working and then report it and then say, oh, sorry, the batteries failed. We want to be preventative because those items are supposed to work when these issues actually occur. Generators. Generators by law is only over 30 meters in rise. So a lot of clients are starting to actually invest in putting in generators. It's quite a cost. Again, the lift will first get stuck. Generators need to come in, and then only the lift will then start operating. Online UPSs plus a generator. So that's how far some of the landlords has gone. So they put a UPS basically in to take up that 5 to 10 minute time slot. So for the generator to kick in. To basically the lift will maintain or keep on running, or the escalator, until the generator comes in and then the UPS switch off. Again, so they pay up to about 400,000 Rand per unit to maintain a 10-minute interval just for that lift not to get stuck or escalator not to get stuck. Ripple relay technology. Ripple relay technology is not a new technology. It's been around for 30, 40 years. I hear on the radio, Cape Town now actually found this new technology called Ripple technology. Ripple technology is not a new technology. Especially coming from Johannesburg, 30, 40 years ago, we had a technology already switching on and off the geysers in peak times and off-peak times. So it's not not a new technology, but it needs to be implemented. We did an investigation about 7, 8 years ago. We had it through the department, we got it through to Eskom, and then as soon as it came down to the actual municipalities, it was red flagging all over. So the whole idea behind Ripple relay technology was 5 minutes before the actual power, because it's a planned thing, that a ripple gets sent through. It's a cheap or very cost-effective technology. You just plug the unit into the nearest plug, wall plug. It's got a relay on it. And it's one frequency that they send through to activate all these ripple relays. Then they can connect it to the lift service or the fire service. All the lifts will 5 minutes before ground down, and they will remain there. Load shedding can occur, load shedding can come back on, but at least we do not have people getting stuck in elevators. So it's a technology that's there, but we need to get the red flags out of the way. Another one is power surge protection. The power surge protection is even when the power comes back on and the grids, because of the imbalances on the grid itself, we've got a lot of surges that's come through that's damaging the equipment. So the damaging of the equipment is one thing, but the second thing is when the power comes back on and the lift cannot continue to run and there are people inside, then we sit with the issue. And that's it. Thank you very much for listening. Like I said, it was just 2 focus points. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Henny. Ladies and gentlemen, can you give Henny Hudson another round of applause? For those of you who don't check the load shedding schedule and just jump into lifts, you'll be in a big problem. You'll be stuck there for 5 days. Remember, he said there's also vandalism. If people take this cable, it can take you longer. You'll be in the lift for more than a day and two. Without any waste of time, according to the program, we're supposed to break for tea, but I'm going to amend the program and defer the tea and allow Mr. Eddie Cook to do a presentation on emerging technologies in the gas industry. Let me, ladies and gentlemen, introduce Eddie Reginald Cook. He started his career as a mechanical engineer for 5 years. Thereafter, he started LPG business in 1998, which included running vehicles on LPG and still involved with LPG distribution. After natural gas was introduced into South Africa in 2004, he got involved with conversion of vehicles to run on CNG. He was involved in CNG and all its technologies for the last 15 years. He was involved with the first biogas to vehicle fuel project that was completed and operational in 2010. Currently served as a director on Southern Africa Gas Association, SAGA, and as part of his duties is a convener of CNG, LNG, and biogas standard at SAPS, South African Standard of Bureau of Standards. Currently serving as a technical director of Southern Africa Biogas Industry Association and NPG. Can you, ladies and gentlemen, welcome Eddie as he's ascending the platform. Can you give him a round of applause?
Which one is it? Last one. Oh, this one. Yeah, okay. Good morning, everybody. Honorable guest, Chief Inspector, and don't say I'm lazy when I say all protocols observed. I want to also welcome all the stakeholders in this industry, and thank you for this privilege to actually be able to present here today. As mentioned, but today I represent SAQCC Gas. It's one of the associations dealing within the gas industry, and I'm just going to take you through some interesting things. I do apologize that I'm not asking you to stand up and start dancing. Unfortunately, I'm not in full PPE, so I'm not allowed to do it today. This is just what we're going to go through today. Quickly with my presentation, I'll make it as quickly as possible. I know you all are sitting here waiting for refreshments, so let's make it as quick and interesting as possible for today going further. Just some background about SAQCC Gas, mandated from the Department of Employment of Labour, and we specifically focus on the pressure equipment regulations, which guide us in actually registering gas practitioners in different fields to actually be able to issue COCs in the gas industry. Logically, these practitioners come from different associations where we represent currently 4 associations. As you can see there, the LPG Gas Association, SAGA, Southern African Gas Association, then the Southern African Compressed Gas Association, and then also Saraka from the refrigeration and air conditioning industry. These are all associations related to the gas industry, and because of things like load shedding, gas has suddenly become very important. However, we've had gas in our lives as long as we can remember. If we look at industrial gases, welding gases, medical gases, and a lot of times we don't even think about it, that the air conditioning system that's actually keeping this hall cool also uses gas. And people don't understand sometimes the risk associated with these type of closed circuit systems that also use gas. So gas is very important. Remember, next time when you switch on that aircon in your vehicle, when you drive from A to B, there's gas inside that system. You need a COC for that. Similar. So if you go further into the PER, you will notice that any gas system, being it a flammable gas, being it a dangerous gas, we even talk here about medical gases. How important was medical gases not during the COVID, where everybody was looking for oxygen and things like that, and everybody just thought they can connect anything to an oxygen cylinder and they are safe. It doesn't work like that, people. So it's very important that you put these type of procedures in place to keep everybody safe and healthy at the end of the day, and also to actually clear the stigma of gas is not safe or gas is dangerous. It's not the gas that's dangerous. It's the operator that's dangerous. If he operates correctly, that gas is safe. So keep that in mind. It's not the gas that's unsafe. It's actually how you use it. I've mentioned about the pressure equipment regulation. It's all part of the OHS Act. There's quite a few standards listed within the pressure equipment regulations. There's a lot of changes coming through on the pressure equipment regulations, which hopefully would publish quite soon. And all these standards, because of being part of the schedule of the pressure equipment regulation, is very important in effect of keeping us safe within the gas industry itself. We've seen a lot of people turning to cooking gas because of load shedding. And people just say, I can do this and I can use gas. And that's not always the case. You need to understand when is it classified as an installation. Subsequently, as an association, we realized that there's actually a lot of illegal COCs being issued in the industry. So we opted in March 2021 to go for an electronic COC format. And since then, up to now, any paper COCs are actually illegal within the gas industry. It's an app that the practitioners have on their phones, on tablets, where they actually issue the COC. It's controlled through a cloud database, and this COC gets then emailed to the customer or the user, also emailed to the practitioner, and then also issued to the relevant association to actually monitor these COCs that's being issued. So people, going forward regarding COCs in the gas industry, please remember it's now in electronic format. We should stop killing the trees and use electronics to actually go forward and issue COCs. So don't think about gas in the environment. We look at the environment, and as you know, gas is a much cleaner source of energy than the current energy sources that we actually use. These practitioners are all registered, and they need to be compliant with their association. And only when the association actually see these practitioners as competent, Only then their registration will go through to the SAQCC gas, and only at that stage they will actually be able to issue COCs. They'll have a practitioner number, and also what you can basically see based on all of this is what we try to prevent happening going forward. A lot of times the COC was issued 3-4 years ago. That practitioner is not in that industry anymore, moved on to another industry, and now suddenly something happened at this installation. With this electronic COC, everybody has got a record, and we can always trace who was the last person working on this installation. Remember, if there's any repairs, modifications, changes to a gas system, a COC must be issued on that gas system itself. I think with the new technologies, the fourth industrial revolution, all the other technologies in our hand, we must actually use it to our benefit to make our lives safer. And that's mainly the reason why we're pushing all of this into the electronic format, much easier to control, better reference, better record keeping. And thereafter, we decided that all the practitioner cards, before in the gas industry, a practitioner would have a practitioner card with his photo on it and in which sector of the gas industry he's qualified. These cards are also now electronically. You can also look up who's the registered practitioners in the different gas fields within the website, and there you can find a registered practitioner in your area to actually come and do an installation or do some maintenance, and then actually issue you a legal electronic COC itself. Getting to the subject for today's discussion, talking about emerging needs, and it's more about the application of different gas types. We all know of cooking gas, LPG. However, there's a lot of other gases coming up. We've got LNG, liquid natural gas. We've got compressed natural gas. Then we've got biogas. A lot of countries are moving over treating biomass in such a way that they can actually harvest an energy source out of it. And then the new buzzword, green hydrogen, which we hear continuously being talked about. And a lot of people say, yes, is this this hydrogen blue sky idea? It's a reality in our country, our neighbors. There's quite a few projects being already tested, POCs being done on hydrogen. So it's actually happening in our country. If you say, okay, we've heard a lot about CNG. CNG is one of the biggest compression stations in KZN, not far away from here, and also one of the biggest CNG industrial consumer of CNG is also in KZN. So CNG is here for quite a while already, but you say, why LNG? We don't have enough natural gas. Our natural gas comes via pipeline. If you follow the news with very controversial discussions about the car power ship deals happening and environmental approvals, all these power ships will be supplied with LNG. And that's how quick LNG would actually get into our country with these car power ships. So it's reality. It's something that we have to be prepared for, and we have to actually be ready in our country for this. I've mentioned CNG. CNG is just an extension of a pipeline. It's compressing natural gas, putting it in tube trailers, and moving it to source of consumption where the pressure is reduced. It's also an alternative fuel for vehicles, where in place of petrol, your vehicle can actually run on CNG. There's some CNG buses running for more than 5 years already in Gauteng. CNG technology on vehicles are well proven, and compression stations for these CNG is, as I said, in KZN and in Gauteng. Our neighboring countries also have some CNG compression stations, which is over 10 years in working. These are some examples of vehicle applications with CNG in Gauteng, also with trucks can be used. There's dedicated vehicles where these vehicles only run on CNG. The previous vehicles are dual fuel because they use half diesel, half gas. If the gas is finished, it can just run on 100% diesel as well. These vehicles, however, is dedicated CNG vehicles and are running fully on CNG and is currently being used in our country as we speak. I've mentioned CNG for vehicles. Don't forget that you can also convert vehicles to run on LPG, autogas. With the current fuel prices and things like that, it's really, for certain fleet owners, a real option to convert vehicles to run on gas. And this is also a technology that's well proven internationally. It's just a question of us getting past the concept that gas is unsafe, and we must get to the point where we can say we can use gas as an environmentally friendly fuel compared to petrol. And remember, at the moment, we don't have the refineries we used to have. Currently, a lot of our fuel are being imported, and we should look at alternative sources to actually use in our vehicles itself. Getting to the LNG value chain, this is a technology of liquid natural gas being stored at a very cold cryogenic temperature of about minus 165 degrees in cryogenic vessels. However, the value chain could be anything from well to consumption, or it could be where you actually extract pipeline gas and actually liquefy it and then actually move it to source. If, like in our country, we've got a very limited pipe network, and therefore these type of technologies is ideal. There's some companies in our country that's actually producing inland LNG as we speak, and also these LNG products can be transported inland or via ship into our country itself. And there's all these type of technologies of storage, consumption, application, and stuff, and technologies well proven internationally to actually be implemented. The secret about this is applying the right safety standards, applying the right type of technologies, doing the right designs, adapting certain technologies to our local conditions, and making sure that they are safe to operate under that conditions, and getting the right people to actually work on this and also issue COCs with new technologies. That's normally the challenge with these type of products, is that the right technologies must be applied and actually used, and to make sure it's safe within the industry itself. I mentioned about some local LNG production, coal bed methane production, biogenic gas, where they actually extract LNG and helium. These are all projects that's happening inland currently in our country, and there's also a lot of scope for expansion with other coal bed methane production fields that's currently in the news. So these technologies are needed in our country, and especially with the discussions about power scarcity from an electricity point of view, a source of LNG is necessary to actually supplement our electricity through power generation. What I also need to mention before I get to biogas is, remember, gas generators also need COCs, which a lot of people don't know about. So as soon as a generator is running on gas, there's a lot of gas generators that's been converted for domestic application, which is actually illegal. Substandard equipment is being used, and because it's a gas system, it actually needs a COC when converted. Getting to biogas, the environmentally alternative of treating a lot of problems in our country regarding waste, biodegradable waste. A province like KZN or Mpumalanga, where it's quite tropical, is ideal for this type of production. There's a few projects in our country already, some of them not so successful, some of them successful. Different reasons for that: adopting of technologies from European technologies into South Africa, different conditions, different feedstocks, all those type of things needs to be considered. However, this is a good alternative. As soon as you're producing this gas, you must remember that this is a flammable gas, it's a gas system again, and it needs a COC itself. There's all types of applications of biogas from a domestic point of view or small agricultural point of view, right through to industrial applications, where we see quite a few industrial companies actually now treating their own waste and actually getting the benefit of an energy source of that going further. This is just an example of all the hazards and type of things that you have to look at with a biogas installation. As you can see, there's a lot of flammables, working underground, working with fluids, working at certain pressures, EX-rated areas where you got control and instrumentation and pumps and all those type of things, hazardous areas, and this is what people need to be educated about so that we keep growing emerging markets safely and everybody can at least stay positive about it. Getting to green hydrogen, the buzzword, we're going to need it in our country. We're doing a lot of export production of motor vehicles. The major European motor companies has already implemented a 5-tier approach for what they call green steel. This is steel that's actually produced from green hydrogen. If we want to keep staying within the motor industry as an example, we have to start producing green steel so that we can produce vehicles with certain percentage of green steel as a part of that production. So it's not a thing of, oh, this is for the future. It's a reality if we want to stay in context with exports and dealing with international companies. There's a lot of types of colors of hydrogen, and I don't know why they decided to do this. All I can say to you is that I was notified that there's actually purple hydrogen coming in and also red. So soon enough, we'll have the whole rainbow of hydrogen colors with different descriptions and different sources. But this is just giving you an idea of where green hydrogen fits, which is the norm which international environmental sustainability is chasing, and actually where the other types of hydrogens that we've been producing, which been used in our country, is actually used, but that's a stepping stone going in the right direction, going green hydrogen. This is, a lot of people say, the ideal world of net zero carbon, where we'll make use of all renewable energy sources, meaning wind power, PV power, hydropower, geothermal power, then take that through an electrolysis process with water, produce green hydrogen, which then can, through carbon capture, you can actually then go and produce all what they call PTX, power to X products, and actually go and produce all your other petroleum and energy sources that you can actually supply. One of that is aviation fuel, where some of the blue chip majors in our country has already signed some deals with airline companies to produce green hydrogen by 2025, and then actually convert that green hydrogen to kerosene or aviation or jet fuel, because these international companies will only send their aeroplanes to our country if they can be filled with green aviation fuel. So not just exporting vehicles and steel is important, also if we've got visitors or coming to our country, they want to know that the fuel that they're actually putting into the aeroplanes are also made from green hydrogen and actually is produced to make green kerosene before they fly out of our country. From a tourist perspective, that's very important that we actually keep that gates open at the airports for these airlines. This is just another example of what green hydrogen would mean with combinations of nitrogen extraction out of the air and all your other plastics, chemicals, ammonia, green ammonia, and things like that. Our neighboring country, Namibia, has signed a massive deal to actually produce green ammonia, and that project is at groundbreaking level, and they're actually going to export green ammonia to Europe that was actually produced from green hydrogen. And the reason why it's being done in Namibia is if you see the photovoltaic potential of Namibia on this map, where it's actually nearly a red, is the reason why Namibia was chosen. However, our Northern Cape province, Northwest, has nearly the same potential as Namibia for photovoltaic potential to actually produce a lot of green hydrogen going forward. This is the countries that's targeting green hydrogen and projects that's being done so far and what's intended to happen very soon. And as you can see, South Africa is also targeted with Namibia in these projects. Then, as a last one, with hydrogen in the cycle, we can, from hydrogen again, produce methane, and then we can actually fulfill our own natural gas needs within our own country. If we start producing green hydrogen through carbon capture, we can then produce methane, which is a natural gas base, and actually fulfill our needs from a natural gas point of view and not need to actually import natural gas as we are currently doing. Here's all our contact details if you're interested, and I want to thank you for this opportunity. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Eddie, for this wonderful presentation. He's saying the gas is not the problem. The problem is the user. So if you want to use gas, if anything happened to you, don't blame the gas, blame yourself. Now, without any waste of time, ladies and gentlemen, the time now is 10:30. We are going to have a tea break and have an exhibition viewing for an hour. For 30 minutes. So can we, without wasting time, break for tea and come back at 11 o'clock so that we can finish the program as early as possible. We are mindful that some of the delegates had to take flights and travel as far as Free State. Thank you very much. Enjoy your tea.
working in that particular site has complained of X issue in the university. open-ended information. So what they will do is that they will say, well, so-and-so over there, for example, this particular artisan who's working in that particular site has
There has been a plane crash on the southern tip of Manhattan. You're looking at the World Trade Center. We understand that a plane
saw over there, for example, this particular artisan who's working in that particular site has complained of X issue at university.
On time. So let's make our way back. Look, don't fight with food. Unless if this is your target. If I am your target, don't fight with food. You know, don't fight it. Just nibble a little bit. You go home after these 3 days, especially ladies, you realize that you've just gained 5 kilograms. Now we're just left with a minute. Just nibble a little bit. You know, there's a question that you cannot win when it comes to ladies. Do I look big in these jeans? And I said, no, you look beautiful. Tell the truth. Okay, you look big. Woo! It's Third World War, I'm telling you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 11 o'clock. Let us start with the business of the day. My name is Pumuzo Mapaha. I disappeared yesterday, ne? Now I've reappeared. When it's not long, I will disappear and reappear. For those who were not here yesterday, I'm from the Department of Labor, Senior Specialist or Director, Construction Explosives and MHI, responsible for policy development, and of course an inspector in the department. With us today, we've got the Inspector General and the Chief Inspector, and we've got the provincial head of KZN. I wonder if some of you were aware, we've got the provincial head since we started of the whole of KZN in our midst, Mr. Kambule over there. So you might want to greet him now and then and report some of the inspectors in the process. I didn't see. Why? They say Mpumalanga CDPO is also here. Oh, okay. Okay. I was not aware. My apologies. I was just talking from what I'm seeing. I'm trying to let the delegates settle down, come back, settle down. Now, don't fight this food. Lunchtime, we're repeating again. Then after 2 hours, this thing is exhausting. It's exhausting, Machutia. And it's exhausting. So after 2 hours, you know, after 2 hours, you eat again. So don't take a lot, just nibble a little bit. Okay? All right. How many of you have used taxis when you are traveling, these minibuses in South Africa? Oh, they say all of us. And that sound does go brrr, poof, poof, poof. You know it. Inside the taxis. And suddenly your ears cannot hear properly. And then you wonder what is happening. That's why some of you, that's why you cannot talk. You cannot talk softly. You know that ladies, some of these men, they cannot be romantic. No, it's because they cannot say like in the evening, hello baby, I'm right here. No, they can't do it. No, you know it was really busy this week, you know. No, they can't do that. Hey baby, you know it was really busy this week. Do you know what is the problem? It's noise-induced hearing loss. They cannot hear themselves. Now, in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, we've got Mr. Jared Swanepoel. Mr. Jared Swanepoel is a National Sales and Distribution Manager at UVEX Safety South Africa Pty Ltd. Jared holds a Bachelor of Commerce, Honours degree in Business Management, and has been in the employment of UVEX Safety for 8 years. Based in Centurion, Jared advises industrial companies, small and large, on all matters relating to personal protective equipment. Jared is an experienced presenter, having presented at national safety seminars as well as on the international stage. His topic of hearing protection fit testing. Fit testing is one of critical importance as noise-induced hearing loss remains the world's most common occupational injury. Being passionate about protecting people, Jared will be announcing the launch of a new innovative fit testing system for HPDS for companies seeking real solution for the thousands of hearing loss cases reported globally each year. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Jared to come and give us a presentation on hearing loss, so that you can speak romantically. Come on, give him a round of applause once more. No, it's over.
Okay.
You take over. Let's see if everything is okay.
I think everything is good. Mic check 1, 2. Good. Wow, a tough act to follow, Mr. Mapaha. I don't have the romantic voice. I've probably got a face for radio and a voice for the movies, I don't know, but definitely not romantic. Thank you for the introduction. There's a slight echo. I don't think you need to hear me twice either. Anyway, thank you so much for the opportunity, for the stage. When I was asked to talk, I had no idea what to expect in terms of the audience. I did not expect as many of you and such good spring rolls, so I can understand the fight with the buffet table. Yeah, I think let's get things started. Firstly, just a show of hands, who knows UVEX safety? Okay, we've got to do our job a bit better, I think. All right. So, yeah, I'm just going to start us off with just some sound clips. Sound check. Sound check.
It's 8:52 here in New York. I'm Bryant Gumbel. We understand that there has been a plane crash on the southern tip of Manhattan. You're looking at the World Trade Center. We understand that a plane has crashed into the World Trade Center.
And the crowd getting excited. There's Mr. Mandela, Mr. Nelson Mandela, a free man taking his first steps into a new South Africa. Hand in hand, they leave the Victor Verster prison. And a salute from Mr. Nelson Mandela, greeting the people.
Stransky back in the pocket, has the chance to drop the goal. Back it comes to Stransky, up goes the kick, up goes the walls. Stransky has kept his head. And with 2 minutes gone in the...
Taylor, what's he say? It's a really good ball. It's Shabalala! Goal! Bafana, Bafana! Goal for South Africa! Goal for all Africa! Jabulila! Rejoice! Bafana, Bafana have topped the first court on their day of days! Sip Shabalala!
All right, so who remembers that moment? Sip Shabalala. Hey? I can remember exactly where I was. I was definitely in hooligan mode, and I think the country was probably at the best place it's ever been in terms of integration, in terms of, I mean, the way that sport brought everyone together with the 2010 World Cup. But the moment he hit that ball, and it went like a rocket and it hit the net, I think the whole country just went ballistic. And we've got some more pictures we need to add to that after the last few weeks. But I think what I was trying to get across is if I were to just show you the images like this without any audio, you get a different sense of emotion, you live a different story. And I think that the question would be, if I were to take away your ability to hear, what would your price tag be? So if I could buy your ears from you for 500,000, let's say R1 million, would you give them to me? I've got 2 young kids. Sometimes I wish I'd sell them for R5, but there's moments where I wouldn't sell them for R1 billion. And I think life without the ability to hear is a drastically different life. Okay. So the importance that we place on our hearing or ability to hear in an industrial or an employee-employer relationship is very different to how we value our own ability to hear as a human being. Because we can mix up, the work-life balance with having children listening to our favorite music and getting the most out of life. But when we get to work, it's a matter of, here comes the safety officer, let me put my earplug in. It becomes a policing issue and a compliance issue. So we try and change that perception every day. We do training with our customers about the real reason why you need to wear hearing protection, and it's got nothing to do with the employer and compliance. It's about being selfish for these moments, because there's a lot more to come. Okay. So just very quickly, not to bore you, UVEX Safety, been around since 1926, manufacturing hearing protection products. I'm not trying to sell them to you today. Locally, we've got a national presence. We've got product consultants around the country who do hearing protection training, hearing conservation training with the end users, with the employees on the ground. And that training is for free. So we are not selling directly. We sell product through a network of distributors who do the selling for us. So essentially, we're the good cops. But we are the manufacturer of the product. Okay. What do we know about hearing loss? Okay, so it's the most common occupational injury in the world. Okay, so often we think about our footwear and our safety gloves because it's the first kind of tangible thing you can imagine getting hurt. You're going to touch something with your hand. You're going to walk into the premises. We seldomly think about our ears. And it's the only organ, let's say, that never, well, I don't want to say never switches off. There's a few others. But it's your ears never switch off. You go to bed, your ears are still working. Okay, if somebody claps next to your ear while you're asleep, you're going to wake up. Okay. You walk onto site, all right, your ears are absorbing vibrations every second of the day. Okay. What happens 6 months later? You're working at a construction site, there's drilling, there's grinding, it's loud. You think perhaps my body's gotten used to these noise levels, it's a little bit more comfortable now than it was day one. What's actually happened is that you've lost a bit of your hearing, and it's only more comfortable because you're hearing less of it. Okay. 24% of all adults have suffered some degree of noise-induced hearing loss. I'm talking about accountants, I'm talking about industry, I'm talking about every occupation. Okay, not just where there are high noise levels. If we had to look at those areas in specific, I think that number would be closer to 90%. It's 100% irreversible once the damage is done. Unfortunately, it's done. There's nothing we can do about it, but the good news is it's very easy to prevent. Very easy. It's about the education, and it's about changing that mindset. Okay, that's the hard part. All right, it's category 3 risk, which means it can cause irreversible damage to your health. And just wearing earplugs does not guarantee the prevention of hearing loss. Okay. Which sounds contradicting from a earplug salesman. Okay, but without measuring the individual and how he puts that earplug into his ear and knowing the exact vibration level behind the earplug, between the earplug and the eardrum, we actually got no idea how much protection we're getting. So every product you buy will have an SNR rating, or NRR rating, if you're familiar with it. It's the attenuation or the number of decibels in which this earplug will theoretically reduce our environment or our ambient noise. Okay? That's been tested very objectively. A group of 16 people only, tested in a comfortable, cushy lab. These people know how to put an earplug into the ear. Okay. Of course, we need a benchmark, we need a gauge, we need to know product A will protect us more than product B, of course. But as an individual, we've got no idea of knowing unless we measure the individual, we will not know. Very quickly, I've explained this 1,000 times. It's still a miracle to me how a combination of bone and blood and flesh can create Celine Dion. But nonetheless, vibrations enter the exterior ear canal, where they then collide with the tympanic membrane, your eardrum. That's the soft part you don't want to hit with the earbud. It has to be sensitive because it needs to interpret all these vibrations and what they are. Okay, if it's a high frequency, low frequency, if it's Celine Dion or if it's Justin Bieber. Okay, then behind that you got your auditory ossicles. These are the three bones that pivot and create a piston-like action into the cochlea. Okay, that's your malleus, your incus, and your stapes. The stapes, that bone on the right-hand side, that's the smallest bone in your body. So it gets quite delicate. Now the cochlea, that snail-like structure that you see, is a hard, bony structure. At the top of it, you've got three semicircular tubes on three different axes. These are essentially your spirit levels. It's got nothing to do with hearing, but everything to do with balance. So there's one on a vertical, on a horizontal, and a diagonal axis. As I lean to my right, my brain tells me through these spirit levels, you need to auto-correct on your left. Okay, that's your balance. So you can see the eustachian tube at the bottom. If there's congestion in the nasal area, it'll flow up there, and that's what could cause a bit of dizziness when you're ill. Okay, so nonetheless, getting into the hearing part of it, that snail-like structure, like I mentioned, it's a hard, bony structure. So just below that small bone, you'll see a little red circle. That's called the round window. That's a soft tissue. So as the vibrations press into the cochlea, that soft tissue allows the displacement of the liquid in between. So there's a tube going up to a vortex. It then makes a U-turn and goes back down to the round window. And that small amount of movement of that liquid called perilymph is where the interpretation of sound happens. Closest to the eardrum, let's say, are the hair cells. So at the base of this canal are hair cells. Okay, when we're born, any guesses how many we got? 2. 40,000. Okay. So unfortunately, the first line of defense is the first to go. Regardless of what you're listening to, high frequencies or low frequencies, your low frequencies tend to travel further, do a bit more damage, but they're going to take out the first hair cells first. Now, every hair cell is like a key on a keyboard, playing a different tone. Okay, and you start with the high frequencies. So you lose the high-pitched noises first, the Celine Dions and Justin Biebers. Okay, and Kalakata comes right at the end. Okay, when we get some double HP, it's right at the end. Okay, but like a car crashing into a barrier, it's the first line of defense that goes first. And much like my receding hairline, regardless of the shampoo I use, once that hair cell has died, it's gone, never coming back. Okay, so that's why people who start to go through this process of losing their hearing, they lose that ability to hear the high-pitched sounds, the treble, okay, the ting-ting, all right, which is why when they transition from speaking to doing sign language, they start to mumble in deep tones, okay, because that's all they're hearing, that's all they know. Okay, so it's very, very simple. All you have to do is block that canal, okay, and it's as simple as putting in an earplug. Honestly speaking, who in this room, who inserts an earplug correctly every time? Of course. Okay, so you've seen one of my presentations before. Okay, so I saw 2 hands. Okay, good. So we can encourage some change, which is good. Okay, and not just for us in the room. I think it's to get the message out. The picture, which is also going to be on your left, yes, is unfortunately not getting the protection advertised. Now, if the safety department on the site has done their homework, they would have chosen the plug that will reduce the sound levels down to at least below 85, hopefully somewhere around 80. And the individual the image on the right-hand side, he is being protected. So one employee is losing their hearing and one is not. Okay, so I think as simple as this image is, it's probably the most powerful of the whole slide because we see it so often that an earplug is just put in like that and we're okay because we're compliant because I've got an earplug in. And even better, the further out it sticks, the more other people can see it. Yeah. Okay. So, you can identify a person in in different ways. Okay, fingerprints. Okay, that's when you're starting to get into trouble. Yeah? Dental records, a lot of trouble. That normally comes up on a crime scene investigation. But also your ear canal imprints. Okay, every individual has got a different ear canal. In fact, 2 different ear canals. Your right ear canal will also be different to your left. Okay, and they all, well, most of them slant upwards towards the center. And all earplugs are straight, so how are we getting it in, right? We've got to reach over and insert it properly so we straighten that ear canal. Okay, not everybody knows that. Okay, but still then you could have some difficulties. Okay, and too often we treat everyone with the same rule or the same product or the same standard because we want procurement to be easy. But theoretically, we should have a range of different sizes of products on site. Okay. So what's critical is this personal attenuation rating that you'll hear me speaking about. It's an individual thing, right? So the only way to know is to measure the individual. Second to your unique ear canal, there's thousands of products out there, each one a different shape as well, a different way of inserting that earplug. So it starts to get quite complicated as a combination. To find that perfect match is quite challenging. But again, I'll reiterate, the education is the important part. You can come right with one earplug on one site if your education is perfect. Okay, if we look at the regulations, what does the Act say? So as an employer, we need to do our noise assessment, all right? We need to look at some exposure controls if we're able to reduce those noises without any hearing protection or PPE. We engineer the problem out. Go back to step 1, redo the noise assessment. Then, of course, we need to select the correct hearing protection device if the exposure levels are above the thresholds. Okay, those products need to meet certain standards. So there's the EN 352 and the SAN standard, the adoption of the EN standard. And then training is critical to take place once a year. Training is, again, I'll mention it, education is critical. And then your health surveillance. So health surveillance talks to your baseline audiograms. What is the baseline of this individual? In other words, how much hearing loss has already happened by the time this individual starts working at the company? And then you track it from there. Is it still worsening? Is it staying there? Because if it's worsening, we need to intervene. Okay. And what tools do we have for health surveillance? Not a lot. You really got your baseline audiogram, and of course then the record keeping thereof is also critical. Okay. So, solution. There's a product that's just been developed by UVEX, which allows our customers for the very first time to test any earplug inside the ear canal and get the individual's personal attenuation rating in a couple minutes. Okay, it's portable, so it consists of a headphone, a tablet, and some pre-installed software that allows you to do on-site testing in the area it's needed, on the employee that it's needed, and within a couple minutes. Okay, it's a piece of equipment you can purchase and then you own it. There's no ongoing licensing and software and all that charges. Okay. As I mentioned, it's an open system. So it's a tool that you can use with any earplug. So again, it's less of a sales angle. Okay, hopefully building the credibility now. And it's for you to manage. Okay, so I'm going to explain how exactly it works now. We use a method called real ear attenuation threshold, which means we do 2 tests. Each test is roughly 1.5 minutes. You will put the headphones on. It'll play a certain tone selectively at a low frequency. Okay, as I mentioned, it travels further. So if you have suffered some hearing loss, you're still going to be able to detect the tone. And you do this test without hearing protection in, and you find your threshold. There's a volume up and a volume down button. You'll go down until the point you cannot hear the sound. You'll press up once until you can just detect that tone. Okay, then you'll take off the headphone, insert the earplugs the best way you know how, and then redo the test. Okay, now this is where education happens in a different way. You'll get a test or you get a score, an actual shift in the noise level on the inside of your ear. Okay? And this is an exact number. So people have asked me, okay, but is this the SNR rating? Is it the NRR? Those terms came after the earplug. Okay, so this is not SNR or NRR, this is pure decibel. Okay, so it's everybody's language. It's pure decibels within that person's ear. It's not subject to other testings or claims of protection levels. Okay, you'll then have a PDF certificate, evidence of that test that was done and the shift that happened after using the earplug. If the incorrect method of inserting the earplug was used, you may not get a good result, which is a good thing. Okay, you can redo it and redo it and redo it, and then the learning happens. Okay, then you can get yourself to a point where you know how to insert the earplug, and in the space of 10 minutes, you've learned more than, let's say, any educator could have given. Because we all know in a room of 300 people, the cool kids are at the back and they sign the attendance register. But yeah, this is a practical way of learning, which is very good. For the employer, you've got a Excel exportable database of results, and you can conduct this test once a year, 2 times a year, once a decade. It's really your discretion. It's just an additional measure and a real measure to make sure that you're protecting the individual. You can also identify people with real ear canal concerns where they may need to have a customized molded plug or a different product to prevent that shift over the years and ultimately protect that person. Okay, also test both ears at the same time. So if I've lost my hearing in my right side, my left ear will still pick it up. Because if I've only lost 50% in my right side, I'm still losing more if I don't know that the exposure levels are higher than what my ear can handle. So my left ear will be picking up that lowest possible detectable sound. Okay. So again, just to reiterate, it's all about the correct fitment and the learning process throughout. For the employer, there's a compliance angle as well. Record keeping is done in the cloud. For the individual, you've got peace of mind that I'm arriving at work, putting in the product the right way, and I'm not going to lose out on the enjoyable part of life, the Sip Shabalala. Hopefully we can pull that one off again sometime in the future. Okay, the cups of the headphones, they're pretty wide and deep, so regardless of the product being tested, it should accommodate for that product. And as I mentioned, being an open system, it's not particular to UVEX earplugs. Okay, it's universal. We're going to play a quick video just to highlight some of the features.
Protection. At UVEX, we've been manufacturing market-leading innovations for decades. The devices have been near perfected, but there's a gap, and hearing loss remains the #1 occupational injury. The wide range of products needed to suit every individual ear canal means there's room for error. Hearing protection is personal. Our jobs and environments all differ, and when there's so much at stake, nothing should be left to guesswork. Introducing the Exact Fit Hearing Fit Test System. This highly accurate, open system hearing test device can test any brand of earplug for effectiveness, quickly and easily, testing every employee on site at your location. A versatile, portable system with user-friendly automated software, backed by our team of safety experts to help you every step of the way. The end result? Proper fitment, training, and confirmation for every employee that they're wearing their hearing protection the proper way, and more importantly, accurately protected every day. For safety management, you receive individual confirmation document electronically from every employee who takes this quick test, all automated and sent to you as the administrator. Measure the effectiveness of a hearing protection safety program, provide valuable hearing safety training if needed, and give every worker the satisfaction that comes with knowing they're properly protected. Exact Fit Hearing Fit Test System, the best, most accurate open system hearing test available. Portable and universal earplug testing device. Very fast and shipped directly to you. Backed by almost a century of safety experience and consultation.
Okay, so I did touch on this as to why the frequencies are low on the tone that comes through, and of course it's the best way of detecting leakage of the earplug and accounts for employees with existing degree of hearing loss. We've got another video that's just going to show the back-end software. So as the employer or as the project manager, you can create a company, you can create divisions. So let's say manufacturing one, powder coating, and spray booth, whatever the case. And within each zone, you can set the average noise level as done by your surveys. Just checking you're awake, I suppose. And then you also can, within that, there'll be a calculation of your minimum required attenuation. So your test will give you a pass or a fail. Okay, I think we're having a sound error else. Okay, I'm going to skip over that one, guys. We'll email it to you. All right, so just very briefly then, 6 reasons to trust the system. Convenience, the tests only take a couple minutes. It's portable, you can do it anywhere at any time. Accuracy, so we use the REAT testing method. There's a deviation or a room for error of only 1.5 decibels in the test method. It's universal, so whether it's an SNR, an NRR, or any brand of earplug, the system will work. Compliance with PDF reports and Excel exportable cloud-based record-keeping system. It's fit for purpose and simple to use. The software is all pre-installed, and I think even my 3-year-old can navigate it. Just some customers and their feedback. I'm not going to bore you on that. Last thing I want to touch on is, I think in COVID we had a challenge in getting out to our customers in order to do our hearing conservation training. For over a year we weren't allowed on sites, and obviously it was ill-advised to put 500 people in one room at the time. So what we did was we developed an e-learning program at that time so that we could still get the education out without physically having to be there. And we've seen that it's been taken off pretty fast as a useful tool for customers to get their training done in their own time, in their own space. And so this system continues to work today. So essentially in the Act, of course, there's numerous mentions of training that has to take place once a year. And the e-learning system essentially taking into account the local regulations and not some foreign UK-based or European-based content. It's locally shot content, and it has been endorsed by some local associations. So this training also 100% free. It's a simple link that you would register on, and you'd be able to go through the training, and on completion issue certificates for every employee who has completed that online training. Okay, again, just drilling home the topic of education. And from UVEX, that's it from our side. If you have any questions, you're interested in anything that you've seen today, tapping into some of those free services, or just sharing the information onto people you may know could benefit from this, my email address is up on the slide. Mr. Mapaha, I am done, and thank you everybody for your time and for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Swanepoel. Ladies and gentlemen, have you ever found yourself hearing sounds like teet when you are alone and then there's no one there? You just say teet. No, that one requires a psychologist. Mr. Swanepoel, don't go yet. I'll call you Mr. Chester, maybe you can just take a seat there. I want to change the program a little bit. I've been informed that Mr. Cook and Mr. Hudson have to leave for a flight at 12 o'clock. So they'll leave us here at 12 o'clock. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it is that moment. Let us just be honest. Questions, not comments. And you are not here to advertise yourself or make a mini presentation. I will listen to you. If after 60 seconds you have not asked a question, we pass the mic. Can we have that agreement? Yes. Thank you very much. So I only need questions in relation to lifts, escalators, and passenger conveyors, and questions in relation to the gas industry, emerging technologies in the gas industry. Can I take those questions quickly and allow the two gentlemen to respond? They're still sitting over there. They will respond, being there. I'll bring a roving mic to you. Can I take those questions quickly? Can I see by way of hand? Going once? Aye, man. Okay, let's give him a mic. Is there another question this side? Going once, twice, and I hope you won't be agitated. Gone. We only have one question. Yes, sir.
Good morning. I'm Gwanele Gumete from Department of Labor. I've got two questions, one for Eddie and one for Mr. Hudson. The first one for Mr. Cook is that as a layperson, someone who doesn't understand what a COC is and who happens to be a user, how do you tell if ever the COC is valid or not? That's the first question. And then on the lift side, Mr. Hudson mentioned that the maintenance on the lift should be done at least once a month. So my question now is, let's say the maintenance was done this week, and then next week it happens that a user gets injured. From the investigation perspective, who should be held accountable? Is it the owner of the business or the owner of the lift or the competent person? Thank you.
All right. Those were the only two questions you've got. I think you can give them the mic to respond.
Thank you for that question. COC, a Certificate of Conformity or Compliance, firstly. That's basically issued on completion of the installation, gas installation. And this document prior April 2023 could still be in paper form. However, the validity of that COC in paper form can still be checked with the relevant association. There's normally an association contact details on that document. You can then contact the association or go onto the website, confirm the practitioner's number that is allocated to him that needs to be identified on the COC, and you can also confirm with the association if that practitioner was working within his scope, being it a domestic installation, commercial or industrial application, or whatever special application it would be. After April 2023, all COCs is electronic, so that means you will actually have that. You can print it out after receiving it via email in PDF form, and you can do exactly the same checks on the electronic COC to actually see the practitioner's number, the association. You can double check with the association if this is a valid COC and if the practitioner is registered to actually issue the COC within that specific scope. I hope that answered your question. Thank you.
Okay, just on a question of when there's an incident, who will be held responsible. So when a department inspector go to the actual inspection, they will first find out who's the user. And then they will work down from the user to the actual who's been deputed to do the actual safety inspections. So the deputation will be basically through the SLA. and that's why there's an agreement. So we then have to check according to the negligence of who was negligent. Was it the actual user not ensuring that there's a SLA in place, or someone, a service provider, to maintain the lifts? Secondly, we spoke about the COC. So in the lift industry, we have a comprehensive report, or a Annexure B, which is basically the same thing like a COC. So where they will start is with the COC, or the Annexure B, the comprehensive report, to make sure that the user did actually do or get an Annexure B in place, or a comprehensive report, and that it's still valid. Because remember, when there are items on it from when the inspection was done, if it was 5.1, the inspector have to advise the client to switch off, because that's a very dangerous item that was found, or 5.2 is a 60-day item. So if those items weren't done in 60 days, basically the annexure will have to be redone. So you don't have a valid annexure anymore. So that's how the hierarchy will work. Does it answer you? Okay.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. A round of applause, please, for the response. Can I therefore ask the two gentlemen, Mr. Hudson and Mr. Cook, just come here to the fore. Our provincial head of labor and employment and labor, Mr. Kambula, will be handing the tokens of appreciation to the two gentlemen. Those who are taking photos, they know what to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Kambula. My apologies for not giving you the mic there, but thank you very much. Thank you to Mr. Hudson and Mr. Cook. Now we can go back quickly to our program and recover now. I see somebody's raising two hands that side. We can go back to how things were lined up. We are still going to have questions for Mr. Swanepoel as well as Mr. Sean Chester. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker, it will be Mr. Sean Chester. Mr. Sean Chester has got over 30 years of experience in the field. He is the CEO of Apex Environmental, Technical Director at Apex Solutions, and founder of Green Flag Association. Mr. Chester holds a master's in public health in occupational hygiene from the University of Witwatersrand, and is a registered occupational hygienist and SIOS chartered members. Let's give him a round of applause. The presentation has been loaded. There we go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mapaha. You're doing an excellent job, by the way. Appreciate it. I was told yesterday that everybody's going to have left, and I want to be speaking to an empty room because I'm on the graveyard shift for this session. So, wow, well done, eh? Everybody's still here. I'm sure you've seen me running around madly and taking hundreds and hundreds of readings over these last few days. I was asked to actually have a look at the conference venue to make sure that it's a healthy environment for people to be breathing in good, clean air. And so, yeah, I've done that as a job, and now I'm just going to report on kind of the importance around it and, yeah, what it means for this sort of conference and going forward. So clean air, why should we care? It's a very, very topical subject right now. I mean, internationally, we understand that COVID, when it hit, it had completely revolutionized the way us as exposure scientists view the world. And we pushed very hard for a lot of implementation around the cleaning up of air, the filtration of air, and that sort of stuff. And so when you look at air, you can't really see it, can you? Because otherwise you wouldn't see each other. But it's full of all sorts of things that are microscopic, and they're important to us, and they're important to our place of work and where we live, work, and play. So we should care that it's clean. So within all those things, there's these things called contaminants. So we have to get into that mindset that when we breathe air, we must make sure that it's as clean as the water that we drink and the food that we eat. You wouldn't be preparing your broccoli next to your chicken, your raw chicken. Those people in food hygiene would know why. Eh? Salmonella. That'll kill you every time. Salmonella typhi, right? I mean, you wouldn't drink water out of a river that was actually contaminated with what we live in KZN, a lot of sewage. You wouldn't, right? So why do we tolerate air? Why is air not a debate? Why do we not understand how this building is actually delivering air to us? Why do the people that actually manage this building, and many buildings all over the country, all over the world, not really understand how that building should be set up to give fresh and clean air to us? So air is a delivery system for disease. So what is disease? Dis-ease. It doesn't have to be on the continuum of actually falling over, retching, lying doubled over, or actually having a carcinogenistic approach. It's actually the absence of ease, dis-ease. And air is important because it actually gives us dis-ease if we are fatigued even on the very low spectrum of the scale. But it also matters to us in that high end of the scale when you've got things like cancers and stuff coming in. How does it matter to us when our productivity is low because of the air we're breathing? Is that important? Everybody's complaining about the economy. Simple solution, sort the air out. Okay. So it's getting traction all over the world. As COVID has hit, there's this entire breadth and burden of knowledge that's actually come out by top scientists. They're aerosol scientists, they're mechanical ventilation engineers. But we're recognizing more and more that the air that we breathe outside is the same as the air that we breathe inside. And we're starting to recognize this toll, this disease toll that's actually happening within the environments of the workplaces that we work in. So I love this. It's a website. You can also download the app to your phone. It's called IQ Air. It's got the little Swiss badge over there. But they've got these sensors that they sell, and they distribute it all over the world. They're really nice battery of sensors, and they give us some really good data. And they give us particulate matter data, which is really, really important to us as well. So you can log on to this, and I just wanted to show you that, we've all got access to what our air quality is like just at our fingertips because we have smartphones and devices that we can actually just look into. You can see South Africa is looking pretty good right now, if you can see that closely. Durban's looking pretty good as well. So the same IQ Air, you can go into it and you can have a look at forecasts of what it's going to be like. Some of those forecasts will be orange and red and telling you stay indoors, wear a mask, like Beijing. But it hasn't been too long ago, even actually just a few weeks ago, where Joburg was considered the worst and most polluted city in the world by this same sensor technology. So it varies. Eskom yesterday, day before yesterday, said that 330 people are dying annually from air pollution-related disease. Now I'm talking about indoor air quality. Why am I talking about pollution all the time? Because it actually comes into our building, and we spend a lot of our time inside our workplace. Let's get the administration and housekeeping out of the way. We're here because we help enforce a piece of legislation, the Occupational Health and Safety Act. A very good piece of legislation. It's got the Section 8 in it, which if you threw everything else away, you could just have that one line, hey, the employer shall provide an environment safe and without risk to the health and safety of the employee. Very good piece of legislation, and well done to the department that actually generated that in 1993. But we've also got the 2022 Hazardous Biological Agents regulations, and they are very specific about airborne diseases. There's a lot of them in there, and they are now regulated. Since 2022, they were regulated before, but there's been a lovely upgrade, and again, well done to the department for that work. And within that, the influenza virus is there. So you're not allowed to actually contract influenza in the workplace. Who gets influenza in the workplace? Who's had it in their workplace? Who's contracted it? Yeah, everybody, right? How do you get it? Bad ventilation. But you can see the SARS-CoV is still there. Now, SARS is still around, guys. Putin maybe invaded Ukraine, and we've got a lot of stuff going on in the world, but the pandemic is not declared anymore, but it is still around. And in actual fact, there's a lot of superbugs. Because of the sanitization we've been doing, there's actually these bugs are getting us even harder than they have before. So it's something to notice. We've also got the National Ambient Air Quality Act, NAMAQA, and that actually gives us some limits for PM10, particulate matter 10. And that's a very important particulate, and we'll talk about it very briefly in a bit. The draft physical agents regulations, I think they're going to get promulgated sometime, Warren. Probably 2025 or so. But now they've got some nice indoor air quality parameters as well. And one of the ones that I'm interested in, and we should all be interested in, is carbon dioxide. So they say carbon dioxide should not exceed your outdoor air by 600 parts per million. So we know outdoor air is sitting at about 420 ppm at the moment, planet-wise. Before the Industrial Revolution, it was sitting at about 280. In 2050, they're looking at it to be around about the 500 mark. And in 2100, it'll be about 800 parts per million ambient. So there's another one for you, Boewa, in terms of the impacts of climate on health. But we're not the first. We are one of the pioneers, and I'll say that, but we're not the first. The USA, the UK, Denmark, Sweden, Australia, all these countries are coming on board with these revised indoor air quality limits, and they're very good reason. You know, legislation and guidelines are written in blood. It takes a lot for people to get up and actually change a piece of legislation and put it through Parliament and get it rubber stamped, because. But the world has taken note, and you can see these regulations are out there. So you get all these airborne pathogens. You'll see measles in there, you'll see influenzas, you'll see tuberculosis, you'll see COVID, and that. And there's a hell of a heck of viruses and bacteria and that are airborne. And so how is an airborne disease communicated? Through the air. I'm going to keep on using the word air in my presentation because that's what it's about. Okay. But there's also these airborne chemicals indoors. So they generated outdoors as well. So your particulate matter, your PM10s and 2.5s, but you also get chemicals that are generated indoors, like your curtains, your carpeting, your tables, depending on the kind of glues that they use to put them together. And those things are really important criteria chemicals as well. And how do you solve it all? Ventilation. Okay, so my job over here today, I normally give I've given up to about a four-hour professional development course on HVAC. This can't be done in 30 minutes, guys. So you please have to allow me just to be brief, okay? But I'll promise you I'll try and keep it as entertaining, as engaging as possible. So let's first explain what an HVAC system is. What is HVAC? It's air conditioning, right? But the big thing is, what is that V? V for victory. V for victory. That is ventilation. Now, a system without fresh air coming in from the outside is not a HVAC system. It's an HCAC system. Okay. The V has to be in the sentence, otherwise it doesn't even sound nice. Okay. So what happens is that when you've got an HVAC system with ventilation, you'll always see there'll be outside air being introduced. There'll also be return air. So if you look up in your roof now, you'll see these things on these little discs over here. These are called your diffusers. They supply air to this building. They supply chilled air to the building. And then if you look on the side, you'll see these grid type ones, and they are your return air ducts. So the return air makes its way back up to the air handling unit. The air handling unit is actually located on level 5 of this complex. There's 2 of them. That's the Sapphire 1. You guys are in Sapphire 1. Go, yeah. You guys are in Sapphire 2. Yeah. Okay. So Sapphire 1 and Sapphire 2 have got their own air handling units, and both those air handling units got the capability to reintroduce fresh air, as well as cooler air, then redistributed once it's cooled. So once it's cooled air, it'll come through, it'll be delivered through these diffusers. Now this is fresh air from the outside, and it's also returned air that was cool enough. And there's reasons why we don't just put fresh air all the time, right? Because if it's like 35 degrees and 86% humidity in Durban, like it's Get, you have to cool that all the way down to 19 degrees as a set point, and then you have to deliver it to the environment. And it's very expensive to do that, costs a lot of energy. So the reason why we don't just use 100% fresh air is because it costs money. So what tool do we use? Back in the day when we were mining, we'd just use a canary. Shame, eh? A lot of canaries died in mines. But at least they died before the humans beings did, and they managed to get out of there in time. So this is my tool set for the work that I do. This is a really handy handheld real-time instrument. And the critical thing is with this stuff is that it's actually accessible now. The amount of research that's going on, there's no reason why every one of you can't own one of these. We got our wearables. How much do we spend on our wearables? They tell our pulse rates, our oxygen content in our blood. They tell us our stress levels and everything like that. These are all real-time instruments. You're living in a world that's advancing very quickly to real-time instrumentation. And this doesn't connect to a platform or anything. It's just handheld. The data you get is actually stored on you, and you take it off personally. But it's a very, very nice piece of equipment. And then what I would always use is a laser measurement to get some volume calculations done so I can see what the volume is. I'll look at occupancy and how many people are and how close you're sitting to each other and what the general levels are. I'll use an anemometer, which tells you what the velocity is inside the receiving air or the transmitting air. I use smoke tubes, and then I use a torch. A torch is a very nice and handy thing too, because you often go into these very crazy little air handling unit areas, and they're dirty, and you've got to look up and try and figure out what they are. So these are the sorts of arrays that we'd use in our work, and these are the kinds of things that I used for these 3 days while I was here. But the big part of it is that it's real-time monitoring equipment. We're getting data in front of us right there. And in my field, where I come from, where you put a sample on somebody and you wait 3 weeks from the laboratory to get an answer, it's such a lag report, right? It's so nice to get real-time monitoring data that we can use straight off the bat. So, for this conference, I followed the draft physical agents regulations guideline, and I said, okay, I went and measured outside. The ambient levels were 440 parts per million of carbon dioxide, and I added 600 to it, and I made the limit 1,040. And I just made sure that over the entire time of the conference, that the conference never exceeded that. Sometimes it did, and we'll unpack that just now in a bit. And I know you guys are thinking, why carbon dioxide? I'm going to explain it, okay? All right, so then there's also these other ones, and another, again, really beautiful piece of equipment like this that actually has your PM10 and your PM2.5s inside of it. So what is PM10 and 2.5 in our lives? It's a particulate matter, so it's a tiny particle, it's microscopic in size, so we can't see it. Even if we were sitting with 100 micrograms per meter cubed of PM 2.5 and 10 in this room, we would not be able to see it. Okay, so it's sub-visible range. We can't see it. It's microscopic. But it's important because it's often what it's got on it is actually a little piece of carbon. So it's come out from a diesel truck that's combusted things, and what happens when that little diesel particles floating in the air? It's got all this chemical, petrochemical stuff attached to it, so it's a piece of carbon. So when that gets into your lower part of your lung, that releases and it actually contaminates and gets into your organs. It's also small enough to get through your lung barrier into your bloodstream, and it's got a local effect where that particulate can actually embed itself inside your lungs. So it's a very important criteria pollutant, PM 2.5 and PM 10. And there are limits for them, but what I use them for is I just go and see what the outside air looks like in terms of PM and what the inside air looks like. And how does that help me? It helps me know that if say that the outside is sitting at 10, I come in and I get a 5, okay, just a half a number of what I'm getting outside. Then I know that the filtration system and the HVAC system is working well. The filtration system has got a whole big spec behind it as well. So that's why it's so important to us to have a PM10 and 2.5 reading in our work. So if we look at the PM 2.5 and PM10 results that I've got, can you guys all see those levels? Are they clear enough? I try to make them as big as possible. Okay. I could have just given you a table with all the numbers on it, hey? But this is midnight oil, so I thought I got inspired, right? So you can see, if you look at the outside level, which is actually on my right, and I suppose your right, yeah, the same. Jared's worked that out too. So if we look at the PM 10 and 2 levels on the outside versus the PM levels on the inside, what can that immediately tell you? Just by using the instrument, what can it tell you about the filtration system in this building? It tells you that it's not filtering out PM 10 and 2.5 because they're very similar results. Okay, you want it to be way lower. These results, by the way, are very low anyway, so there's no concern with them. We had good rainfall, and so the rain actually scrubbed the air out. Okay, so why is carbon dioxide the important one? So the carbon dioxide that that we go outside, we measure carbon dioxide, that's the standard for the globe, right? It's been generated, it's a greenhouse gas, it's been generated by industrial processes, etc. But when we come inside, any level above the outside air is actually contributed by our breathing, our respiration, our vocalization, our exercise, and everything like that. So when we got 440 outside and we got 500 inside, 60 parts per million has been added by us. So the scientists know, and we understand, that we can start cross-correlating the level of carbon dioxide inside to actually how much fresh air and what the ventilation rate is. It's a very interesting parameter. It's a really, really interesting thing. And you know what's nice about it? It gives each of us access to occupational hygiene, just using an instrument, because it's so easy. You can just hold up a piece of equipment and you've got an answer. Your facilities manager can do that too. And then your PM levels, as I said, actually test your particulate matter, and we look at the degree of filtration coming off those. So just by the way, through the conference, for the most part, we are well above the limit of 1,040. So you guys, we've had a good conference. Have you felt awake the whole time? Okay. There's a reason why that is. Because we know that carbon dioxide is also a direct pollutant. And this is very important for us to appreciate, because there's a massive continuum of carbon dioxide that eventually kills you at the right concentrations. It will kill you, okay? But at the lower concentrations, you start getting, let's say at our limit, at 1,000 parts per million, you're getting harmful changes in respiration, circulation, and the cerebral cortex. Jeepers, who wants that? I don't want that. 1,200, reduced cognitive function. So there's been a lot of studies that actually go into productivity and decision-making in boardrooms and all the places that we have to be making these big decisions. And they're starting to see about 20% drop-off at about 1,400 parts per million. You're starting to see this significant drop-off in cognitive function of parts per million. Now, let me tell you guys, 1,400 ppm inside an office, inside a boardroom, inside a meeting area is nothing. It's a normal, everyday thing. It happens, okay? So at 3,000 ppm, restrictive lung behavior and elevated blood carbon dioxide. So you start getting that at 3. The work that I was doing with Green Flag, we went and did a whole lot of taxis. We actually assessed a whole lot of buses and taxis in Joburg, about 400 of them. And we got 6,000 parts per million inside public transport. 6,000 ppm that people are traveling in. How's that for a low-hanging fruit for our field, eh? Really something to do and looked at. And we actually got our President Ramaphosa, we actually got him to announce to people to open up the windows. That was us, that was Green Flag. It was a really proud moment. We even got him to hold a piece of equipment and do some videos with it. Anyway, let's move on. But you know what, as professionals, guys, we've got to actually build, we talk about all this integration between our fields and how we've got to work together. But the main thing that we've got to do, we have to be able to sit and represent our fields inside the boardroom to the CEO. We have to build a business case for why this stuff is important. And we can go to everybody and say, oh, you know, it's the right thing to do, protect the employee. Look, I've been doing this for 30 years. A lot of you guys are old dogs as well. Still noise-induced hearing loss, still chemical stuff going on, you know what I mean? So we have to build this business case, and I think it's important that we can start doing it and say, look here, if you've got high carbon dioxide concentration, poor ventilation, absenteeism is going to go up, and that's going to cost you money. Your cognitive function is going to go down. That's going to make you make bad decisions for your business. Hey, suddenly the CEO is going, hey, where do I spend the money, right? So when we do the risk assessment, we look at the outdoor concentrations, which I've shown you already. We inspect the key HVAC components, and then we also do this just walk around and roving kind of carbon dioxide. We also sometimes put real-time platform-linked carbon dioxide meters, which we didn't do for this one, and that'll give us just key data as we go. I just had to take loads of them. So let's look at the HVAC system. So this is on level 5. Sapphire 1, you're on the left. On this picture, it should be the Sapphire 2, you're on the right. Okay. So, interesting, can you see those long arrows with a little squiggly in them? Those are your return air ducts. So everything that comes off these big grills, those are being returned back to the air handling unit, and they are being redistributed through that filter system. The filter system, you can see what we call a MERV 8 system, which is basically just an environmental washable filter. It can take out sun particulates, but it doesn't take out PM10 and 2.5. Confirmed, right? So our instrument told us that. We looked at it, we confirmed it. But why are my arrows? I don't want yellow arrows. That means there's no fresh air. Can you see? Those are the fresh air dampeners that are allowing fresh air into that air handling unit. We went down there. I got some high levels. I went down to have a look, and what did I see? On both Sapphire 1 and Sapphire 2, the fresh air dampeners were closed. Then I just went and opened them. Hey, and you guys were falling asleep on day 1. And then suddenly everybody was awake and laughing and enjoying the jokes. And so I knew why. I knew. Just me. It wasn't they were funny. They weren't funny. It was just because there was good fresh air inside the environment. And so you can see just quite this machine, this instrument flashes orange. It says, hey, it's over the limit, it's over the limit. This was on day 1 at about 10 o'clock in the morning. 1,124, you guys all sitting in this nice pea soup that you couldn't see. And I went and opened up the dampeners, and look what happened, 756 parts per million. So this is the sorts of changes you can do. You just have to go down and actually look at the air handling unit and say, where's my fresh air intake? What do I have to do to improve it? And then it stayed like that until, people, I'm not picking on anybody here. It might sound like I am. But one thing is that this is safety critical equipment. But what do we do with it? We just stick the control units on a pillar inside the room. And then somebody says, no, I'm feeling a bit cold. And they get up and they switch it off. You know what happens when you switch it off? The fan downstairs just stops working. The fresh air stops coming in. The whole thing shuts down. So there's one on that pillar and there's one on that pillar. And the amount of times I switch those little strings on over these 3 days is unbelievable. Somebody's always switching them off. And there's no problem with doing that, because what you're trying to do, you're just trying to get a little bit warmer, right? But you don't understand the machinery behind it. The big fans, the whole critical control systems that are actually keeping the fresh air inside the building. So basically, I would get these little flashes on my instrument, and I'd go, I know, because now I know the dampeners are open. I've done that on the first day. I've checked them every day. So the only thing that's making my reading go up is actually the fact that one of them have been switched off. And in some cases, both of them. So all you do is you just go there, and there's a little slider, and you just slide it, and you can see it goes from nothing to green. And the green says run. Easy, okay? So operators are everywhere for this control equipment, and it shouldn't be like that. And I know Standard Bank won't be too upset with me when I tell them that they've actually switched access to these things off in some buildings. So the worker goes over there and switches it off, they think, and then they're happy because the air's warmer. But it's a placebo, because they've disconnected it from the fan. So because it actually is such a problem for facilities managers. Everybody's going all the time in their buildings and switching the machinery off. Why are we allowed to just play with that and we don't know anything about the system? We just adjust it. And there's always somebody hot and always somebody cold in the same room, eh, guys? That's how it is. The facility manager of a multi-story building, what's your biggest problem? Hey, I can't please everybody. Somebody's hot, somebody's cold. So we should lock these things. So you can see again on that second one over there where I had it at 1,089 parts per million, I got it back down to 739. This is 10 minutes after switching it back on again. Okay, so it's important and it's easy. So if we're looking at the solutions, we need to regard our HVAC systems inside buildings where people work and people occupy and make decisions and they go home to their families. People say zero harm, go home every day. What are we thinking about? The guy with safety boots. We're thinking about the guy wearing an overall, but we actually need to think about our office workers as well. They also need to go home without getting a disease, without getting any kind of disease on anything. So if we can start talking about these things as safety critical equipment, it would be a very good idea. Restore the HVAC systems to original designs, remove obstructions and shortcuts, promote cross-ventilation, but educate and influence the AC technicians, maintenance and facilities managers. Very, very important. We've done a lot of work with SAFMA, South African Facilities Management Association, and there's a lot to do there. When you go around and you're looking at an HVAC system, generally what's happening, the facilities manager is standing looking at his phone 5 meters away because he's just let you into the room, that's it. He's not interested. The guys, the maintenance team are often not on site, and their job is generally, what's that service level agreement that you've got with the guy that does your HVAC system? 2 weekly cleaning of the filters, that's it. Nothing more. What happens to the actuators when the dampeners when they need to be oiled? And those service systems need to be looked at. So then your real-time monitoring of outdoor systems and carbon dioxide and parts per million, particulate matter. So like you even get some of these systems where and again, I'll use Standard Bank as an example. They've got systems that are CO2 monitors, and those CO2 monitors are connected to their fresh air dampeners in the air handling unit. And as soon as the CO2 goes up, the dampener automatically opens. Very, very cool system. And nice to do it. And they've got one control room and it manages the entire country's worth of buildings. So there's this huge opportunity for integrated partnerships. We need to be able to speak to the engineers. We need to be able to speak to the safety officers. We need to be able to speak to the hygienists. We need to speak to the safety and process specialists. And so I've learned one thing from COVID, and that is integration is key. Really, really key, and it works well. And it's so much more rewarding than working in a silo. How many times you've heard silos in this conference so far? Hey, we're working in silos, eh? No, yeah. I'm your friend. Eh? If you need me, you just phone me, okay? I'll put my offer out there. So the good news is that we have been able to issue the conference with a green flag certificate, so well done. There were a few issues, but I'll discuss them off camera. But generally, the conference venue was very well selected by the OHS team and the department. I think, and you can see that in the quality of the facility. It really, really is good. The air handling units were in really, really good nick. They were clean. The guys that are on site over here are doing a good job of it, despite a little bit of training. So well done. Well done, Bulewa. Well done to your department. Okay, so I just need to say a thank you firstly to Cosmos and to Sia. Cosmos, Sia, yeah. Hey, they were helpful, eh? Yes, like, Sia, I need Cosmos. Let's go down and check the air handling unit. Oh, okay, cool. Go around. Hey, I must check this. Can you come and help me? Okay, no, fine. They were really, really good, and it actually makes such an important difference to my work as well. Then I also want to thank the guys from Ronrights. These little handheld instruments are actually sold by them, and this isn't a punt for them at all, but they've always been so helpful. Justin and his team are very, very good. So that's Prince on your left-hand side, and that's James on the right-hand side, and they're very helpful, and they know the equipment really, really well as well. So thank you to them. So that's me. Thank you very much. I hope I'm within time.
Mr. Swanepoel, can I ask you to join there? Ladies and gentlemen, one round of applause for them, for Mr. Swanepoel and Mr. Chester. Gentlemen, you have presented on things that I cannot see. You see, I cannot see the noise, I cannot see the air. So you are part of the ancestors group. You know, this gang, they look at things that we cannot see. Now you understand why you have a neighbor that cannot whisper, eh? I'm talking about your partner at home. Thank you, sir. Because of noise-induced hearing loss. Ladies and gentlemen, can I check with you? I know you don't have questions, isn't it? It's the last day. Do you have questions? Like for real? Mpela. Oh, let me see by way of hands. Let me do my calculation. Is it two that side or only one? Okay, there's one there. All right. There's another one there. Then another one there. There's no question yet. Yeah. You said this side it was what?
Sapphire 2.
No question on Sapphire 2. It's only here on Sapphire 1. Let's start from there, Mr. Klasse. You just mention your name or where you're from, and then your question follows. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. My name is Rolf Schramm. I'm from University of South Africa, and I'm based in Pretoria, and I'm dealing with occupational health and safety in the Department of Facilities Management. And my question goes to Sean. We would just like to know if your monitoring device that you showed us can be linked to the BMS. Thank you.
Linked to the B?
MS.
Okay. You know these acronyms. All right, the next question, I think it was from there. Thank you.
Good day. This is Sinetemba from Sintulandi, She Consultant. My question is based to you, Rach. Okay. I know that some industries use EMFs. I think the fit testing also for other industries, they cater for them. Are you having that one for EMFs or for earplugs only? Thanks.
The other hand was there. Thank you, ma'am.
Good day, all. My question is for Jared. I'm Kashni Pata from the SABS. Relating to disposable noise protection, how often should you dispose that disposable ear protection? Is it at the end of the shift, during the 4 hour during the shift, or at which point in time do you remove that and dispose? The second question is, previously it was known that the NRR is reduced by 3 decibels each time you pull out the disposable noise plugs or noise hearing protection. Is that true, and is it still happening? Is it current, or is it statistical or analytic associated with the NRR reduced by 3 decibels? Thank you.
Okay. Are there any questions? I'm being generous now. I'm being Father Christmas. They've asked that you should stand, state your name, and then the question you stand. They want to make sure you are on TV. Yeah. Oh, you are live, by the way. You are live on YouTube. So they are seeing you at home.
Yeah, no, okay. Good morning, and thanks for the presentation. I think in terms of the monitoring system, my name is Peter Pochana from ESCOM.
ESCOM?
Yes. Okay, it's not about, I wanted to defend the load shedding, but I'll leave it because of time. The question is, on the instrument, does it cover hydrogen monitoring? And does it have the capability to keep the history if one wants to check, backward information? Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. That is the last question. Ngobo muhle vele. Over to you. Sukuma mngani bakubone ne television lapho. Hey, camera laphaya.
Oh my
Hey.
God.
Wendoda ngithe icamera laphaya. Animtshele ndo.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Christine Musehla, and I'm from ESCOM as well. Okay, so my question goes to Mr. Sean. So what if the filtration was not as good? And in addition to that, what if the HVAC system, or rather the aircon, was not effective or can't be restored in any way? At that time when you realize that the carbon dioxide limit in parts per million is actually higher or in a red zone. So what was your planned solution if that was to happen in this setting?
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Let's get to the response now. Ready? Start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Baha. Can we stay here?
Yeah.
Okay. We must keep the banners so that when we're on TV, they're still showing up. Okay. Yeah, so that was a very good question from the gentleman from Joburg University, the facilities managers. So yes, it can be linked to the building management system, not this instrument. This is a very plain, simple, handheld piece of equipment. But there are certainly devices and products out there that you can link. I know the CSR, Turbo van Reenen and Goitsemang have been working on a piece of equipment that actually can be API'd into the building management system as well. So I'd probably look at Turbo van Reenen. He's actually busy working on the Part O of the National Building Regulations at the moment, so he's quite instrumental in this game. So if you want a local bespoke turnkey solution, that might be the harder route to go. If you want to get something off the shelf, that's definitely out there, and maybe if you contact me, I can actually put you into contact with suppliers that actually do that sort of thing. Yeah, sure. Peter from ESCOM. So other gases, so this instrument doesn't do that. It doesn't actually change the gases at all. But there are instruments that you call plug and play that they actually can swap out. If you want hydrogen gas, it's better to buy something specific. So you're looking at it sounds like you want a flammable gas detector, which will actually have an array of, for sort of confined spaces, carbon, oxygen, it'll have LELs in terms of VACs, it'll have hydrogen, methane, that sort of stuff in it, and you can have a dedicated piece of equipment for that. And also the technology on the direct reading instruments is also very good on that now, where you can actually start having them connected to like hubs as well. So your worker can be down in the pit, but your hub can be monitored by somebody as remote as thousands of kilometers away. And so they are getting very sophisticated, so it's quite refreshing to see. And in terms of data logging, this does data log as well, but it's, again, you're going to take a cable from your laptop, and you're going to plug it into it, and you're going to download it, and it's going to give you some readings. It really is an instrument to use in live situations to be able to make decisions on the cuff while you're there. It's not really an instrument to work with posthumously and actually look back at retrospective data, really. Then the question on the filtration. Yeah, okay, that is the bane of my life. I mean, you go and do an audit in a big building, and the big building just doesn't comply. So some of these places have got restricted access when you need biometric. So you can't just open up a window, and then you open up a window in the middle of winter. That's why the practical thing with the taxis didn't work, because nobody wanted to open up the windows during winter. Well, you can't open up a window during summer because it's really hot. So it does get very difficult. In a conference situation like this, I mean, I have actually stopped a conference before, and I got them to go down and actually open up all the doors and windows and that, and it did make enough difference in that situation. But it is very, very tricky. I mean, the other thing, if you're looking at it from a pandemic management perspective, you would be looking at where we are on the numbers. So like if we're sitting in flu season and everybody's sick, you'd make a much higher restrictive kind of attendance than you would normally do if you were sitting just without sort of that going on in the background on the outside. But it is a very, very good question and a very difficult one to solve. The trick is that you actually need, where's Dean Munsami? There we go. Dean, stand up quickly. He's the head of the South African South African HVAC systems guys. We need to get them on board to communicate that HVAC systems actually have to have the V for victory, right? And that's how we have to do it. We can't tolerate buildings that don't actually have ventilation inside of them. I think that's answered your questions. Is that good enough? Anybody with anything else? Jared. Over to you, Jared. Thank you, guys.
Okay, so I received two questions. First one from this lady. So The question was, do we have the in-ear test fitment system for earmuffs? So firstly, I just want to talk a little bit to earmuffs. So people tend to think, we're gonna bust some myths, because the second question, there's a lot of myths when it comes to hearing protection, actually. So when it comes to earmuffs, people tend to think it's a larger product, it must protect me more than an earplug. So the theory would be, firstly, your earmuffs will give you the most protection, then maybe your rubber earplugs, and then your foam disposable earplugs. In fact, the exact opposite is true. So your disposable earplugs, the ones that we roll down, insert into the ear, they then have the ability to expand and shape to the ear canal, creating a perfect seal. So you get your higher attenuation from your disposable earplugs, typically, followed by your reusable earplugs, which are also inside the ear canal, and then lastly, the earmuffs. Okay, earmuffs tend to transfer some vibration with a large surface area on the outside, and often the case is that other PPE, like your spectacles, your helmets, or whatever the case, will interfere with the seal around the ear. So if there is a obstruction with the seal, obviously the vibrations are coming through. Okay, but to answer your question simply, no, we don't. It would require some complicated in-ear recording, which would again interfere with that seal, or a more controlled, bigger environment, which would remove the ability to do remote testing and have a mobile unit, or a portable unit rather, sorry. So short answer, no, but just to give some insights on the 3 different products that you typically see and their protection factors. Did I answer the question? Yes, okay. Then the other lady, sorry, I didn't actually see. There you are, okay. So it was a 2-fold question on disposable earplugs. The first question was, they're disposable, how and when, or how often do you need to dispose of them? Okay, so you need to dispose of a disposable earplug at least once a day. Okay, so you may dispose of it every shift. It's going to depend a lot on your environment. If your hands are dirty when inserting the earplug or removing the earplug, typically we say whenever you take it out the ear, throw it in the bin. Okay, that's kind of best practice. However, if you're using 1 pair per day, that's perfectly fine as well, as long as you're not transferring any dirt back into the ear or cross-contaminating. So if you do take them out and intend to put them back in, be sure to remember which one went where. In case there is an infection in the one side, you can, of course, transfer that infection. Similarly with your earplugs, if you have reusable earplugs on a cord, tie a knot in the one side and make sure you're always putting that earplug in the same ear every time. Okay, just from a hygiene point of view. So I'd say rule of thumb, once a day. Okay. The second part of the question was pertaining to the reduction of attenuation each time you remove that earplug. I haven't heard this myth before. The myth we normally hear is, well, it's not a myth, let's say. There's an interpretation of a calculation between the NRR method and the SNR method that you can subtract 3 decibels. So I don't know if it was a similar understanding on the calculation method as to now moving across to the removing of the earplug. So typically people would say the NRR is a higher level of protection, and to convert them you just subtract 3. Also not the case. How SNR and NRR are calculated, 16 people in a room, they played a range of different sounds over different frequencies. They then need to give their scores on how much they believe the noise has been reduced. The average thereof is calculated and a standard deviation removed to get the SNR. 2 standard deviations are removed to get the NRR. So you can never do a conversion calculation yourself. You would need to see the test result. Okay, more particular to your question, if you remove it, are you reducing the NRR by 3 decibels? Scientifically hard for me to say with certainty no, but I wouldn't believe so personally. Remember, as you go up and down in increments of 3 decibels, you're doubling or halving the sound vibration, the noise level. So in your car, in your JVC, You go from 10 to 20, you're doubling the sound. Yeah. Okay. If you go up in increments of 3 decibels, you're doubling the noise. Okay. So to say that you're halving or doubling the noise by simply having removed the earplug and then put it back in, I don't believe so. But scientifically, I can't say with certainty. Okay. Did I answer the question? Sort of.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for the response to the questions. Ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed that you attend some workshops. After 2 days or 3 days, you've got this light headache. And more often it's because of air indoor quality, because it has not been assessed properly. And some people will say, no, we don't want this venue, it's too expensive. But the roof is a bit lower, there's not even enough cross ventilation in that. And that results in a headache, and you don't understand what is going on. Now, the headache that you get at home has got nothing to do with air indoor quality, but I just want to say to Mr. Swanepoel, I must admit I'm guilty on this one of maybe using earplugs, more. Yeah, I don't dispose them. I will try and dispose them. I take them home. I have 3 daughters. As a father of 3 daughters, you need earplugs now and then. They may be very useful. I didn't mention my wife if she sees me on TV on this one. I only said the daughters. Now, let me ask Mr. Kambula again to do the honors for us. And this time I'm going to give you a mic, Mr. Kambula, and hand over the token of appreciation to the 2 gentlemen. And from there, I'll make the few announcements. Then we go to the last part.
Okay, please accept our small token of appreciation. Sean, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Mr. Swanepoel, please accept our small token of appreciation. Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kambula. Mr. Kambula, again, to those that are here in KZN, is the head of the Department of Employment and Labor in the whole province. And I'm proud of Mr. Kambula. Mr. Kambula comes far. He was one of the OHS inspectors way back. We found him when we came in. When I came into the system in 1996, he was already in. So if you are born somewhere in 1996, Jelemut check, no? I'm your uncle. We were already in the system. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are coming now to the final part of our program, and I will humbly request the Inspector General of the entire Department of Employment and Labor to come and render her item, which is the last part of the conference. So I won't come back unless if there are any announcements. From me, Amachuti Amahle, Nyabonga Kakhulu. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give the round of applause to the IG.
It feels like a Friday. So I'll start by saying Ndimacheron. I know some people only know Ndimadekwan. Dimelang Bakhaitsu. Abshen. Khiomore. Molweni. Sanbonani. Madumekiao. I'm as South African as they come. I speak all the 11 languages fluently. Yeah, all of them. Because this is the last day, we don't observe any protocols. been doing that throughout. So I think that strangers have now become acquaintances. So I can just say, ladies and gentlemen and friends, you did it, program director. You saved the best for last. And your girl also did it. Look at what she's carrying. And my task is really simple but profound. So I'm going to be short, but I'm going to be deep and thick. And I'm not attempting to describe myself. We came, we saw, and we conquered. For some of us, the week in Durban or eThekwini started on Monday. At the risk of repeating myself, it started by us going to the Warwick Junction. I received what do you call that? This thing that directs you? A location. Yeah, from the chief inspector, dutifully complied, followed all the instructions. I don't know why, because sometimes I dish this thing, because it has a tendency of sending you to goodness knows where. And I found myself right on the N3, and it said, you have arrived. I'm telling you, and the cars this way and that way. I see a Peter Maritzburg, I say, no, whatever I do, I must take the barrier. At least I had the common sense to do that. And then Ukati, they came to the party. He gave me, he sent me a location. And I think it had a KZN flavor in it because I was able to find myself in the Warwick Junction. But there were buses everywhere. I didn't know where I was. I was sweating, and it wasn't that hot. And I don't think I've got hot flashes, which are sometimes called a private summer. So then he showed up. I could identify him from far. It's very difficult to miss you. So even before he could spot me, I spotted him. And needless to say, the rest is what we spoke about. I almost had an emotional outburst yesterday when, was it yesterday? When Richard was talking about the issue of the heat being in the blood. And because I grew up, I was raised up by a single parent. Grew up in the dusty streets of Soweto. A child of a polygamist. My dad had 3 wives. I don't know how many we were at home. Sometimes we'll come in and we say, how can't now to your own sibling. Lost my father when I was only about 10 years old. So my mom my mom was self-taught. She taught herself to read and write. I learned the difference between competence, knowledge, and that put together, the difference between that and wisdom. My mom was one of the wisest people that I know. Started a small business. We used to sell all sorts of things. And so for me, it was, when I was in Warwick, it was more than just appreciating what those women and men that toil throughout their lives, the difference that they can do. Today I've got a title, glory to God, and my minister likes saying, hey, Egi has got a big title. We call it Inspector General. And I take nothing for granted. I don't think I deserved anything except for mercy and grace, and so here we are. So Warwick for me was some kind of it touched a nerve that became a little bit raw. And I vowed to myself, and I also said to the chief inspector, thank God that you are manageable. So we need to do more and really embrace the informal economy. We're sitting on a gold dump without even realizing it. And it's about time that you put our money where our mouth is. Some things are easier than done, but I want us to go beyond just talking about things. It's easy to forget the pain of other people because you're not there. So I also want to appreciate the fact that you were here throughout the 3 days, and there is a lot of virtue in listening. And that is why God has given us one mouth and 2 ears, so that you can listen 2 times more than you talk. There are people that love the sound of their voices. We understand. But sometimes it's good to really, really listen. Because every single person that came to the podium had taken time to prepare whatever it is they gave to us. I don't know about you. I've learned some life lessons, and some of them are life-changing. We started with evolution, where OHS came from, thanks to Moa. And we also got an affirmation from the ILO that occupational health and safety is now a fundamental right, joining the big rights and becoming a 5th one that directs worker rights in the world, not just in our country. We also looked at the human-centered approach in the world of work. Arguably, human beings are the most valuable asset. Ask Mzi. Remember what Mzi said? Yeah, people are your greatest assets, and you cannot over-invest in people. Because when all is said and done, it boils down to whether you've got people and capable people to do the job. So we learned about the human-centered approach in the world of work. We also learned about sensitivity towards softer things in the space of regulation of OHS. Things like gender inequality, issues around how people present themselves. I know normally when you talk sex, you talk binary. It's either you are male or female. But ladies and gentlemen, in the midst of doing all that, we need to respect people for who they want to be and how they want to be recognized and how they want to be called. So we've got some mileage to cover. LGBTQI plus community, those are people that have got rights, the rights that you and I have got, and they've got a right to be called in the way that they prefer. We dare not judge. We don't have any right to. Joyce Meyer says that if you've never lived my life, do not judge me, because you don't know my story. So we just need to embrace. So we learned about that sometimes the first thing that I learned when I joined inspections and enforcement services, in the true sense of the word, not your superficial type of stuff, in 2015, I learned that you need to use all your senses when you conduct inspections. We've got 5 senses. Only men have got 5 senses. Women have got 6. We've got a 6th sense. No, I can't argue about that. It's scientific. It's researched. I love your smile. Women are good, the 6th sense, you know, that hunch feeling, that gut feeling. Do you know you actually have a gut in the true sense of the word? Somewhere in your belly. Ours is large and much more sensitive. I don't want to get too excited when I venture into feminism, so let's just pass. I've got a plane to catch. We also said that it is incumbent or rather desirable, that potential retirees should have conversations with incoming younger ones so we pass the baton as South Africans. Sisinas Dedelan. So from one inspector to the other. Mr. K, I heard that you are the oldest, or amongst the oldest inspectors. We have a duty and responsibility to coach the younger ones, contain that energy, and make sure that whatever you do, you value add. We spoke about the world of work, how it must be conducive for employees to be able to talk about or also report on harassment and violence at work, regardless of stereotypes, because sometimes we think that it's females that get more harassed than men. But sometimes the opposite and the contrary could be true. There are some women that are harassers and they do it for a living. So it goes both ways. It's a hazard. A pack of hyenas? Need I say anything further? Some hyenas are on your at the same level as you. So they need to train inspectors to deal with softer elements, such as the ability to be able to read between the lines and listen carefully, cannot be overemphasized. I spoke about an inspector must present themselves with all their senses acutely active so that you don't miss out. You've got to be vigilant so you don't miss out on anything. We learned from my brother was sitting there, from NEPAD and what's the other acronym? AUDA, that it's desirable for South Africa not to develop by itself. We know, and I mean, it's an ego-boosting statement. You can either agree with me or disagree, but South Africa is the America of Africa. And in our developing and growing and so forth, we need to take each other with so that you don't swell. There's a difference between growing and swelling. You could grow in stature and people will think you've grown, but actually udumbile. So you've got to grow. One of the marks of a person that is growing well, you take other people with. They say a leader who is a good leader, when they climb up the ladder, they are mindful of the fact that there are people that are holding that ladder so that it doesn't fall. So when you are a leader that is too full of themselves, when you reach up there, those people that have got the ladder firmly against the wall are going to let go. And on your way down, you're going to need them. And there is nothing as heavy as a fall from up there. The innovation in Warwick. Pardon me, I don't like to be too structured when I talk. So now I'm thinking, I missed out on the innovation in Warwick, guys. If you haven't been there, please go there. For me, it said that you could go to school, be certificated, but not learned. And somebody may not have the papers, but they could be educated and have the ability to think. Actually, it is said that your brain processes about 400,000 items every day. You have about 90,000 to 100,000 thoughts that you process on a daily basis. So your brain is a minefield. It is the only thing that doesn't grow old. So don't blame forgetting in everything on the brain. You may blame it on something else, but not on the brain. We heard about the Kakamas case study. I like saying Kakamas bully, and no one has said, yo, young Tusa. No, but it's Kakamas, isn't it? Ibiza ngesivenda, Kakamasi. We learned about that case study. And I mean, I think for me, what sprang out from that was that we need to strengthen collaboration and not just pay it lip service. Because we like to come up with beautiful things. Sometimes we don't even think too deeply about them. But I'm telling you, collaborations are a key to success in the true sense of the word. We learned about ergonomics, the program around ergonomics, and how the ergonomic risks must be assessed across the system and be customized. Although we're taken through the construction sector, but it was all encompassing. Exposure to monitoring the construction sector, the value of medical surveillance, how we should prevent injuries and diseases, which is the heartbeat of the department. How workers should be their own gatekeepers and first line of defense. You're not going to find or see a situation where there'll be an inspector for every workplace, but there is a worker in every workplace. So you need to take care of yourself. Prepare and prevent, or repair and repent. Copyrighted millionaires. If you think non-compliance, if you think compliance is expensive, try non-compliance. Who will forget the story of Nzamo? We were given that story by FEM. I mean, it was a serious graveyard session when Noma took over yesterday. But those stories woke me up. And I was like, yeah, the value in rehabilitation, the value in reskilling, the value in reintegration. And even CF confirmed that as well, as they took us also through some amendments. POPI Act, PAIA, SOP, criminal offense, 10 years in jail, up to 10 million rand in fine. You're catching it, ne? Lifts and load shedding. Yeah, oh yeah, OHS is beautiful. Emerging technologies in the gas industry. I didn't know that gas had a color. For me, gas, it's just gas. Now I've learned that actually get purple, pink. Hearing loss. The way it was put, I was actually dreading the journey home. Because you know when you fly, there's a part where, I don't know if it happens to me only, but hey, you feel so blocked, so blocked. But what I appreciated, I had newfound respect for ears. Think about it. Ears, and the fact that every ear canal is unique. And actually, your two ear canals are not even identical. God is a genius. Honestly, you are such a masterpiece. It's not even fun. You can't even photocopy your own ears. What about the airy subject by Sean Chester? For me, air is air. But maybe some of you can actually pick up that I've got a bit of a congestion. And before I came into it, I was okay. And you know, ignorance sometimes is okay. Because you don't think about some things. And then when he brought on the airy subject, I was like, my goodness. So there's some things in the air. Thank you, Chester, for that, Sean, Mr. Chester. Why should we tolerate unhygienic air now that we are educated? So on that note, as we close, I just want to say thank you so much for each and every one of you. From the organizers all the way down, each and every person, if your name starts with an A and somewhere in between it goes on up to Z, you are important. thank you for coming. This conference wouldn't have been the same without you. So it's bon voyage, ciao, ciao, adios. Batho ba chimbile zwabudi. Le tsamaye gantle, ni hambe kahle. Tot since till we meet again, the conference is closed. Thank you so much. We're done. Announcements.
You remember when I say we will eat? Lunch is served. That is the only announcement. Now it's important, guys, please don't leave without having had lunch. Sometimes that looks like, what is that expenditure? Wasteful, fruitless. Yes, please. Because I know you've been nibbling, now you want to pretend like you don't like it. Go. Amban machuti amahle, amban machuti amahle. Thank you.
Thank you.